Oh, here comes a few people. Good morning. Boy, my hair's a mess, isn't it? Didn't even look. How is everyone doing on this Wednesday morning? We have 73 degrees right here. Looks like partly cloudy skies. We got Miss Linda. Good morning to you. I'm sorry I don't know how to read. I believe it's Japanese. Hey, Lisa, good morning. Well, I've been having a busy week. Betty Trainer, good morning. How you doing? Hadn't seen you in a while. Yep, been busy. Well, I hope everyone's having a good morning so far. I'm doing pretty good. I woke up, right? You know my saying, if you wake up, it's going to be a great day. All the things that go through our lives and stuff, they can be worse. We could be laying there and somewhere not alive. Oh, well, let's see, I don't go till the 20th or 20 something of next month for lab work. I hadn't had my diabetes medicine now for nearly a week. And my glucose is still low, dealing with that, but it's all good. Took my glucose readings to the doctor's office the other morning and left it with them. Hey, Miss Angela, good morning to you. Good to see you. Take the grandkids to school. Well, there you go. Well, hey, Sharon, how you doing? Yeah, good to see everyone in here this morning. Great day. Yeah, I hadn't talked to Dennis in a little while, but hopefully he is rolling on the roads. Had a little bit of trouble with his truck again and got the belts replaced, or the belt, get him back on the road. If he ain't turning, he ain't earning. So our local school started Monday. My grandbaby started preschool. It's hard to believe she's already that age. It's like yesterday. She was born yesterday, and lo and behold, she's already 4 years old. So I guess that tells you how long I've been on this Truckers TV, because I think she was born when I was doing this, not the podcast, but Truckers TV. Good morning, Miss Robin. How you feeling today? Hopefully you're doing a whole lot better. Man, I didn't even trim or nothing. I look a mess. I'm sorry about that. Then my oldest grandbaby, she is fourth grade this year. I know it is something else. Alan Jackson's got a really good song. The older I get, and that's the thing. I've been listening to music first thing. When I do a podcast, I go to YouTube, turn my music on, and I sat here for 2 or 3 hours and do nothing but listen to music, and gets me in a mood to get on the podcast. But yeah, if you never heard that, you need to. I'm going to tell you what, Alan Jackson is one of the best artists that there ever was and probably will ever be. He has got some of the greatest music that you can listen to. If you're a country music fan, if you're a gospel music fan, he has got some great gospel albums also. Well, hello, Miss Kathy. Good morning. How you doing? Fourth grader and sixth grader? Well, my youngest started preschool Monday, and then, like I said, Kate, she is in the fourth grade this year. Caitlin, she's something else. She is her mother made over and over. She's a very beautiful little girl and just as smart as can be. And I'm going to tell you what, she takes care of her baby sister like you ain't never seen. She's a super little girl. That's awesome, Linda. You know, I raised my son. His mother and I divorced when he was uh, probably 16 or 18 months old. And so I got custody of him, and it's tough. You know, a single parent raising a child or children, that's really a tough chore, but I wouldn't have it any other way. You know, I was very blessed to have my parents. You know, we lived right here where I'm at now, and, you know, they helped me out more than anybody else did. You know, my son was my dad's, just wherever you see my dad, my son was with him. One year we went on vacation and Cody stayed with my parents. And we come home and we got him, picked him up, and broke my heart. Dad was nearly in tears. It just totally messed him up. My parents were always out in the yard working, doing yard work, taking care of gardens and all, you know, just that type of people. And Dad had the wheelbarrow, and Cody wanted to ride in the wheelbarrow, so he did. Well, it tipped over and he hit his face on the asphalt. Had an asphalt driveway, and skinned his little nose and his forehead from where he hit the ground. Oh, it just tore my dad up. And it didn't, you know, Dad and Mom said he cried when it first happened, but we had to make sure he didn't pick the scabs and stuff. But yeah, my parents, they went to Mississippi a few times, and guess what? Dad said he's got to go with us, so he got to go to Mississippi on some trips to family down there with my parents. Well, I had to stay home and work and earn that Happy Meal money for him. But yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, it's really tough for you single parents to raise children, and I hate it for nowadays because I know how it was when I was young and single and raised my own. But it's hard. I I just when I would go out and see young families, okay, I'm talking young families, they have one or two or even three children. I'm scratching my head. How in the world are these people able to have that many kids and survive? You know, I've seen a lot of my family, a lot of my friends' family that would, their kids were really struggling. And, at the time, if I could have, I'd have helped them out in any way I could. And, but yeah, it's tough. And I can see how the generation of today is the way it is. It's because parents are having to work and just struggling to get by, and it's really hard for them. But that's the way it's been through, well, since the beginning of time, I guess. You got to work to earn and struggle and sacrifice to make sure that your family's taken care of. Some people make the wrong decisions and do it in the wrong way, but there's a whole lot of honest working people out there that do love and care how their families are. I know personally I've helped out family and friends when they were struggling, and I still do today because that's just the way I am. So, what is everyone doing since the last podcast? I know Mr. Lee, he's hard at it. He's been working and streaming. You know, he streams to and from work. His company don't allow him to stream anymore while he's driving the big truck. So he streams when he goes to work, which is a great deal. Glad to see it. Mr. Lee, if you hear or see this podcast, howdy. Yeah, I hope Mr. Lee and Miss Elizabeth are doing good. Hadn't seen Miss Elizabeth in quite a while. No, she's doing all right. Yeah, he's a good content creator. What time is it? It is 7:34 a.m. in the Central Time. Somebody fired up a big truck. Yeah, let's see what we got. Okay. All right. We got 2 viewers there on the YouTube side. Say howdy. Howdy. Good morning, YouTube. So if you're new to this podcast, I always called it a chat room, but Mr. Dennis says, "Hey, it's a podcast." I said, "Okay, but I don't like it. It's not a podcast. It's just a chat. I just sit here and ramble on about nothing." And there you have it. If you got anything you want to talk about, discuss, ask questions, I don't keep up with daily events or watch news. I have tried to watch news in the last few months, and it's the same stuff over and over. It doesn't seem like it's not any better. It's actually worse. Every time I see it, it's one is bashing the other one, this or that. It's nothing good in the news, and I think it's actually going to get worse until after the election, and even after the election, it's still going to be bad. Um, Crime is out of control. I know. I hadn't watched news in probably at least 4 or 5 years, Linda, and lately a few people sent me links to news articles, and I seen one. It really freaked me out, scared me kind of, because I didn't know all that was happening. I didn't know it was happening. And I'm going, wow, now that's crazy. because I'd have never known it. We could have been blasted away, and I'd have been sitting here and never knew it, you know. But now I got an idea what these other countries are doing. Countries. Sorry, my speech isn't that good anymore. But yeah, it's kind of scary. The United States is not what it was. Kind of sissy like now because all the countries are seeing the weakness that we have. And until we get built back up, you know, it's going to be scary. I sit here at my desk just sometimes I'll be here all day, 12 hours, just constantly watching videos, but you know, it's not they're not bad videos. They're well good videos. Make me happy. It's good entertainment. Although I do watch Cornerstone, you know, that's the page that shows a lot of the Arkansas State Police chases. That's pretty good. Yeah, how stupid are these people? Do they think they can outrun Arkansas State Police? No. In fact, well, Bradley, Sheriff Bradley there in Hazen, Arkansas, he was on Patrol Live one episode, and he even told everybody nationwide, worldwide, I guess, don't try to run from the Arkansas police, regardless who it is. You don't come to Arkansas to try to get away with running from the police, because yeah, they took one out. So that's the one thing I've said it several times. We have no limit on how many state police cars they'll destroy because you will be stopped. And I've seen hundreds of videos, and I've only seen one that the guy actually outrun the cops, and the state police called off the pursuit. But of course, the guy was doing over 140 miles an hour, so that puts the public's life at risk, plus his own, in the police department. You know, so in some cases, you got to just to protect the public. But I've always supported law enforcement, EMS, first responders, all of them. I've supported them. I was a volunteer firefighter for 25 years, uh, first responder, went to EMT school. I still have the fire department brand on my arm. There it is right there, my tattoo. Oh, that's okay, Robin. I just talking about nothing important. But yeah, so I support them all. And if you don't, you're stupid, because once we get our country back in the way it's supposed to be, all this stupid defunding of law enforcement, yeah, hit the road, Jack. I think we need to cut our law enforcement. Well, you know what? Here in the Garland County, we're hiring all the time. They're building our sheriff's department up big time. We got to big facility here that they built a few years back that I think it beds 200 something inmates. So we're ready. Now, the court system, I don't agree with. And, when it comes to the court systems, a lot of the attorneys are twisting the laws around, and so the courts' hands are tied because they've taken the laws and I guess they reworded how the laws are written to make loopholes, something, because I know people that's been put in jail and in a day or two they're walking the streets again or driving on the roads. And I go, good and well, they don't need to be. My neighbors across the road from my driveway, well, Jerry, he passed away and his wife was in real bad health. She still is. And she had to have home care. And her daughter and her husband were staying with her, and her husband, Chad, he just graduated the law enforcement school, whatever that's called. And so he is a police officer there in Malvern, and plus she is a CNA that works at a facility in Malvern. And so they decided to sell the house that's across the road from me and move her mom to Malvern to live with them. And so I'm kind of curious. It's a nice house. It's a big house. Big old outside in the ground pool. Just a beautiful place. Kind of curious to see who we get as new neighbors. Yeah, kind of interested. I know the neighbor lives right next door. He came from California, and he is a pot smoker. Well, he's put a little, I don't know what you'd call it, but it's right here on the property line. I mean, he couldn't get any closer to my property line, but he's got chairs, he's got a bench, and umbrellas and stuff put up. Well, he goes up here and smokes his pot. He may be growing it, I don't know, but that's where he has his little party. And it's usually just him. Now, I'm gonna tell you what, he is I ain't nothing to look at, but I'm gonna tell you what, he is, yeah. But he has the prettiest girlfriends. It has just be to do with pot or something. I don't know. But yeah, he put a deer stand on the property line, and on the left side of me, I've never met the couple. My oldest nephew used to go over there and they do their thing, and they got in a fight one night. My nephew ended up knocked out cold and got arrested. Ambulance came, got him awake, and the county hauled him off to jail. So I never did hear what the fight was about. But after that happened, he quit going over there. And that's a nice house too. That has a big old pool behind it. The man that built it, the house, and put the pool in, he had his own excavating company, and they lived there for the family lived there long before we even moved out here. I remember going over there when we was kids, and the old house that was there was just an old shack. They raised 4 kids in it. And then once his parents moved down the road, built a house, and that's where they moved to. And then once they moved, Buster bought the land and house from his parents, and then he tore the old house down and built the house that's there now. And that's a real, real nice home. I've been in it several times. And in fact, he was the one that cleared my property and set it up for my mobile home, my first mobile home I had. The first mobile home I had is a 14 by 60, which at the time it was just me and my first wife, and we didn't have custody of her kids yet, and so once we had to go to court and all that is a nasty mess that court battle was, but we won custody of her kids, and she had a daughter and a son. And so after we had the bedroom set up where the kids could stay in there, her youngest son, he was only 18, less than 2 years old too, and so once we ended up, she was pregnant with my son, and we decided, well, we're going to have to do something. So we bought this great big mobile home. Hey, Miss Margaret, good morning. And the boys had their own room, and the daughter had hers. I got to raise her 2 kids for 6 years. The worst part about that divorce was seeing her kids leave out of my life because they were mine. I took care of them just like they were my own kids. Showed no difference between them and my own. And I knew the life that they was fixing to get into without me. So that was a sad part about it. And I always told them, if I could and afford it, I would have adopted them, but I couldn't because they had to fought me tooth and nail because they weren't my kids. But that's the hard part about divorces. There are dedicated adults out there that take on the role as a parent that's not their own child, but yes, they take care of them. And I'm a prime example of it. You can ask either one of them if you knew them what type of parent I was, and they'll tell you. I know her son was, I don't remember how old he was when we divorced, but I don't think he remembered. Hey, Braden, how you doing? Good morning to you. But the daughter, she remembered it, and she ended up really good. She has married to a man. He's a professional fisherman. He's won boats, trucks, him and his dad, just all kinds of anything that they give away on them tournaments. Brian's dad owns a masonry. They do rocks and bricks and block work, So they had the money to be able to do that, and Brian's dad did it for forever. And once Brian grew up and he started fishing professional, and then all of a sudden he got big time now. I don't even know if he works in the business anymore or not. All I know is he fishes. That's good to hear, Braden. Yeah, good deal. I was kind of hoping old Mr. Dennis would pop in here for a little bit. I hadn't talked to him, so I don't know if he is actually on the road. If he was headed to Miami last I heard. Let's see, Washington, Alan, Patricia, Richard, JD, Yule, Kathy, Jennifer. Good morning. Good morning to you. Let's see. Steak. Well, good morning, Miss Karen. How are you today? Hope you're doing good. Looks like T-Mobile Internet is having issues this morning. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, my internet is acting up again. Mr. Chad, good morning. Let's see here. Let's go here. We will do that and that. Okay. Get that one there. I just sitting here doing this. Okay, we got it now. All right. I'm going to turn my camera off for right now. Hit the wrong button. I'm good at that, hitting that wrong button, you know. What was it? Monday. Do you realize Monday we got only to 71 degrees for the high? Freaking cold. $71 degrees, and here it is, August 14th. That was unbelievable. But guess what? We regained. It's hot. It's 73 degrees right now. And I don't know what they're saying the temperature's supposed to be. Let's just take a gander at it. Let's see. Oh, it's only supposed to be 100. Well, that's not too bad. Yeah, 100 degrees. That's not bad, right? $87 degrees. Wow. You know, I don't know how to, I don't know if we've had that like that early this in the mornings. I don't remember. I'm sure we have. But normally right now we're in the 70s, low 70s, even the upper 60s for our lows at night. But chances are, if we're getting back up in the hundreds, then it'll probably be in the upper 70s for the lows. Well, good morning, Miss Pamela. How is your morning? Uh, I'm doing pretty good, Mister Frank. Doing pretty good. Good morning, Miss Georgina. And I'm afraid to try to pronounce that one name. I'm gonna go Young. I don't know where the Mr. Dennis is. I hadn't talked to him in a few days. Last I heard, he was headed to Miami, Florida. That's the last I've heard. He should. Let's see. He actually should be there or real close. He may have already got there and made his drop. I don't know. He was hauling a load of hay. Hey. Did you catch the video the pictures that he had posted of where he's having his trailer loaded with hay? That was pretty cool. I always wondered how they did that in them trucks. Good morning, Mr. Darwin. How's your day going? Oh, the school bus broke a belt. Is that what you're saying, Pamela? We just sitting around having just a little chat. Good to see Pastor Jerry able to do some more streaming. He should be going live in a couple of hours. Well, he may be live now. I always forget he's 2 hours behind me. If he's not, he is getting close to going live on his own page, Jerry Lujan. He does his morning inspiration, and his wife Nancy. $56 degrees. Wow. You got that springtime weather, don't you? Yeah, Dennis's main belt on the motor broke, but he got that fixed. Things like that. A lot of the trucks carry spare parts, and something like that, I think he had on his truck already. So if he did not replace it, all he had to do was just pay for service call to get it put on. It's that big old serpentine belt. Well, good luck with that, Darwin. I hope that turns out good. Like I say, I don't have no more lab work till next month. I'm waiting to hear from my doctor. I hadn't taken my diabetes medicine, be a week tomorrow. You're more than welcome, sir. You know, all of my viewers and people that I have met doing these podcasts, you know, I care about your health. You know, I'm still kind of freaked out. You know, Diane Cummins Welch. I think was her first name. You know, she passed away, and it just totally freaked me out. And it still does, and that's what happens. You know, I've never met anyone on here but Dennis and Jim Bob. You remember him? Well, they were the only two drivers that I've met. Becky, that's right, Lynn. I'm sorry, Becky Cummins Welch. Sorry, Becky. But you know, there's people that, yeah, I care about you guys, your health and all that, you know. I've talked to Linda personally, you know, I've talked to her on the phone many a times. She lines me out. I get bad moods and she'll call me and say, "Are you okay?" Yeah, I'm fine. Just got some things going. And she puts me back into my place, you know. So, yeah, I care about you guys because you're part of, I consider you now part of a family. We've had so many rocky times on this stuff, but yeah, I'm not unsensitive person. I care. And I appreciate you guys for being here. That's the thing. I don't have no one to talk to. I, I talk to my brother every now and then. I got to call him today and see why the heck he's been off work all week. His He usually tells me when he's going to take vacation. That way, one day we'll get together and go have breakfast somewhere. But he hasn't. So what's going on with him? I know he's still there because he gets on his bike and goes for rides in the evening. So I know he's there. His work truck's been sitting there since, well, Friday. But yeah, I just sat here and talk at a computer screen, and that's what I do. Occasionally, someone will come on stage and I'll talk to them. That's as close to being in person as I can get to anybody. But yeah, we have a good time. I know you, Arlen, and I thank you for that. I really do. There's a lot of times that things are not going right. I know I stayed at home and I bring all this crap on myself, but a lot of things is out of my control and really scares me. And, I can get my car and I can drive and go somewhere, but I don't. I choose not to. I've become a hermit. Don't call me a troll because I live up above the bridge. I don't live below the bridge. So I call myself a hermit. I have my three kitty cats with me, and yeah, I talk to them. They still don't talk back. And when they do, I don't know what they're saying. Most time it's when their dish is empty. And then when that happens, the little fellers, when I'm asleep, they'll use my belly as a diving board. You're a recluse. And I've always told everybody I don't accept friend requests. If anybody can message me, that's fine. But as far as friend requests, I don't take them because a lot of issues arise when you have friend requests. You never know who their friends are. May have trouble. I got a friend request from a guy that he's his on his profile. It said that he was friends with my cousin. So I messaged her and asked her if she knew the man, and she didn't. So I blocked him. And I told her, you better check your friends list to make sure because it's saying you are friends. So, see, that's what I'm saying. And Dennis and I both have told everyone you got to be careful who you friend. You got to check them out. People clone, people hack your other people's profiles, and they want to get into your information. My information is private. You cannot see nothing about me. Even if you're a friend, you can. Because that's the way my privacy settings are. Because I have learned a lot when it comes to Facebook and social media. Doing this, you learn a lot. So I guess you can say I'm a stay-at-home dad. My 3 babies live here and we're all happy. That's a fact. I do not take a pain medicine the night before I have to go somewhere. Then I don't take it till I get back home the next day. And so I'm sitting in that car seat in a lot of pain. Just simply sitting there, not I could sit there and you can't get comfortable. It's kind of like me sitting in this desk chair. I'm always moving, trying to get some kind of relief. Well, these great Arkansas roads that we have, you can't go 10 foot without hitting either a pothole or uh, rise in the road. Sometimes they get so big that it looks like they put speed bumps out there. You can actually go on the back dirt roads and they'll be better shape than the asphalt roads are. Yeah, we still have some backwoods dirt roads that I can go on. Boy, and I know them by heart. I mean, it took them many, many nights on them roads. A lot of fun times back in them days. Couple of nights, get on them and get lost, not even know where you're at, and you sit there and get out of the truck and look around. Where in the world am I at? Sit there and finally realize, hey, I know where I'm at. And then get back on another road and do the same thing. One road right here, just down the road from me, it actually drives in back behind my house and goes all the way down to where my young kid days, the guys that we hung around with back in them days, the kids, it went to their house. So that's how we would go to their house, get on our little motorcycles, go in the woods behind the house, and we had a trail made so we could drive through there and get to their house. And then after we go to their house, we'd get them on our motorcycle and we hit that dirt road, and we could get to Highway 5, we could get to Highway 7, you name it, we could get there and not hit a main road, period. Cross the power lines and stuff like that, so you wouldn't have to get on any asphalt. I know the old power line roads, ain't no way I'd even try to get on them today. Boy, they had to cable off them they had a big trenching machine which they trenched and laid the cables to the gas lines. And I'm sorry, I said power lines. Old gas line. We have natural gas main that runs through here close to us. And they had that machine that was laying that pipe, and they'd have to either cable it off with the dozer at the top of the hills to get that machine to come up and down the mountains. That was pretty cool to watch that. We'd sit there right up to where they was working at, and we'd just sit there and watch them work. That was pretty cool. I'd never seen nothing like it. Oh, I forgot. I got to call them. Thank you, Margaret. I got to call them today. Yeah, I got to call that pain treatment center that I got signed up on. Yeah, pain. They call it pain treatment center here. That's what it is, pain management. Went there one time and wasn't too impressed, and got the bill from him. I said, "Oh, you got to be freaking kidding me!" Called him. Well, this is after your insurance paid. I said, "Well, guess what? My my practitioner just told me that she'll take care of my pain management for me. So this will probably be my last. That will be my only visit there." Yeah, they charged me $150 for me. They said, "Oh, that's after your insurance." I thought, you lies. I don't believe it because even if they're considered a specialist with my insurance, it's only supposed to be a $40 copay. So next month when I go to the doctor, then I get signed up on my pain management with her, and we'll be done with it. I'm getting off the hydrocodone and going to the tramadol, just like you, Miss Margaret. Hey, Mr. Robert. Good morning. You get that belt replaced on Dennis's truck the other day. Oh, that I can work that out. What did I say it was? 14. Hmm. Oh, Lindy, you eat the gummies, the edibles. See, we got two of them actually over here by the Walmart. CBD and all that stuff. One time, guy I worked with, he worked at the other treatment plant. His wife was a manager at a big place that did all this the CBDs, whatever, and all that stuff. And she made me a gift bag and to give to my ex wife to try, and I never did because she didn't need to be monkeying with her medication. Oh, you just good with the pain? Okay. Well, the thing is, I only went there one time, and I don't know. I just wasn't comfortable. I've heard so many bad stories about pain management. They'll give you what you want. Yeah, and you know what they told me? They said we'll do a blood test probably once a year. Well, I didn't like that. They should monitor you more than just a year. Well, good morning, Miss Michelle. How are you? Because yeah, I want to know if I'm doing it right or if I'm doing it wrong. I follow directions on any medication. I do what I'm told, and that's why I'm getting off the hydros is because I don't like them. I really don't. I know too many people that have battled addiction with hydros, and I don't want to be one of the statistics. I know before I took them, I was on tramadol, and tramadol was okay. It made it to where I was more comfortable, and I didn't have the after effects the next day. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's okay when you take them, but once you don't take them, then gosh, I feel so bad. So that's the things I'm dealing with right now. Like I said, no, I haven't taken any diabetes medicine. Hey, guess what? Hey, good morning, Mr. Pepsi O'Clock. How you doing today? Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I used to watch Jeopardy when I was at work on my lunch break. Yeah, I used to watch Jeopardy. I ain't seen it since then. I told you not to go live anymore. Well, guess what? Pepsi O'Clock, I'm live right now. I don't know. I don't know that I would. I know there's a lot of trolls that get on these streams. I know that, but most of them are there. They don't cause problems. Only a few do, and that's when I have to take care of what I'm doing. And well, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to jeopardize the viewers. A lot of viewers don't understand. You don't just click on any links or anything. You got to be careful. So that's the thing is, when it comes to these pages, I broadcast, let's see, I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages right now. I'm broadcasting live on all 6. And I can take care of each one of them right here while I'm sitting here on stage. And if I've always said, I don't care. Anybody can participate. You can come on stage with me. You can say hi to everyone. That's just the way it works. And as long as you're good, I'm good. That's how it is. And we've had so many people that were part of these pages, the original Truckers TV page and all, and they are the ones that created the problems. I see. I don't no, we don't went through that. We're not going to pay for any. It's just not going to work that way. We tried it once. It worked good, but we're not going to pay. That's just plain and simple. I don't know if I greeted you yet or not. Good morning, Mr. Steve. How you doing? But no, we're good. Like I say, as long as you're good, I'm good. Like what we're doing right now, we're talking civil. Uh, there's no problems, so it's good. Okay, we're good. My summer's been hot. Let's see. What did I say? Monday, our high only got up to 71 degrees. I sat in my recliner, covered up. It was cold. 71 degrees. We're supposed to get back up to 100 today. So I can figure we're going to be about 102 or 103. Good morning, Miss Patty. I overlooked you too. Oh, wow. My grass is, I got a lot of grass and weeds. I live in the woods. And it takes my nephew's the one that has to cut my grass, and it takes him about 5 minutes to cut my grass. I don't have much. I got a lot of rocks and dirt and weeds, leaves. I know it was unbelievable. 71 for a high in August. It felt so good that Sunday night and Monday night, I just had the fan blowing on me. I didn't have the air conditioner going. Ain't no way. It clouded up, and I don't think it rained. We didn't get it. We might have got a little rain. I don't remember, but it just is really comfortable. Really, really, really. So my cat lady family in Canada, her oldest baby, Oreo, he is not doing good. So I don't know that he'll be around much longer. I hate to say it and see it, but afraid the cancer is going to take him. I've been keeping up with her updates and all that, and it's just not a good. Doesn't look good for him. I hate to hear it because Oreo. In fact, I've got my throw across my chair over there that has his picture on it. I got him and Puddin and Onyx. She sent me a one of them big. It's a nice one too, and I covered the chair, and the cat's like laying on it. He is. He looks like he should be a tuxedo, but his whole face is white, and the rest of him is black. He got kind of long hair, and but yeah, you can check it out on Facebook. It's Oreo, the Oreo official cat, I think it is. But I've been following them for 2 years. I'm a 2 year follower with her. I got, she made some stickers of them, and she sent me some of them. It's got a picture of each kitty. What is it? Two of each, I think is what it was. And then next thing I know, she's contacted me and saying, I got you a gift in the mail. I said, what? You didn't have to do that. And she says, well, it's saying, so be prepared. It should be there at your house so and so time. You shouldn't have done that. She said, it's the least I can do since what you've done for me. I said, I ain't done nothing. But anyway, it's over there. If I could, I'd show you, but I can't. So I ain't. I can't, so I ain't. Oh, do you really? I had uh, about only kitty cats that I follow. Well, on there's another lady that I watch her reels, and the three southern cats, I think it is. That's a pretty good one. Let's see here. I went into the kitchen yesterday evening. I was done in the bedroom. I got up coming in the kitchen, and Fortune and Ben both were laying on each. I've got three pizza boxes I've kept in the house because for some reason they like to sleep on them, and they had both of them. Fortunate sleeps on his box all the. I mean, just about every night and every day he's on it right now. But Ben, he hadn't been on him in a long time. I've just kept him there in case he wanted to. And yesterday I come out and they both were sitting laying on their pizza boxes. Oh, looky there. What are you doing there, boys? Oh, let's see. Oh, does he really? That's cool. I was there's one guy that makes video reels. He's got Doberman pinchers, and I'm going to tell you what, them are so fun. They are funny as can be. I can't remember his name. He's a black guy, but him and them dogs just they're hilarious, funny as can be. I forgot I had my camera on. I didn't even have my screen on. I'm on looking at Facebook right now. All right, I found it. Mr. Robert Leader, thank you for the stars. Appreciate it. Dennis appreciates that. Oh, you know who that is? Yeah, they're funny. They crack me up. I like them. I think there's a couple more that I watch. But I tell you what, I watch mostly the reels or the video clips of the Big Bang Theory, Two and a Half Men. Uh, that's what I watch, and then of course the Cornerstone Police Chases. I believe I told you about the one that 3 miles down the road, state police got after this old boy in a pickup, and he went just all around Deer Park Trail, got to Mill Creek Road. Just led the old boy, state trooper, on a nice goose chase. I'm going, hey, I looked at the name on who the trooper was. Well, I know him. His daddy was the preacher at our church. I know them. Yeah, get him, get him, get him. And he got him. run him through off the road into a field, and he got him. Yeah. Still freak out about him becoming a state trooper. I know the guy since he's a little bitty little whippersnapper. There's another kid that, well, basically I grew up with the little boy, and he was so cute when he was little. I've known him since he was 3 years old. And every time I see him, they'll post a picture of him, and he's a captain at the Garland County Sheriff's Office now, or lieutenant or captain. I can't remember. I believe captain. I think he made that rank. But every time I see his face, I still see him as a little 3-year-old. He looks the same. He's just gray headed. He's still got that baby face. Yeah. And then let's see, who was the other one? The one boy that I went to school with, he was with the SWAT team, Garland County SWAT. He get this, he retired. Well, I don't know if he didn't retire. He quit his job at the sheriff's office and become a security up at Walmart, and now he is in charge of all security in our district. And I know his whole family, and it freaks me out every time. When he was with the sheriff's office, I just shake my head. I can't believe this kid turned from this to this. Holy crap. And he did. Yeah, he turned from a hoodlum outlaw to somebody who's doing a really good deal. That's right, Arkansas. And it's not just the state police. I think Arkansas is probably one of the better states that they get their man or woman. They really do. I watched a lot of videos, and like I said, I've only seen one out of the hundreds of videos that I've seen that somebody that the Arkansas State Police was chasing actually got away one time. Even motorcycles, they get their motorcycles. And it's usually because the driver of the bike it wrecks out. And Chief Bradley Taylor, isn't that his name, Linda, from Hazen? I was watching a video of him yesterday, and they got in a pursuit of a suspect, and they got him. And he told out in the world, don't come to Arkansas expecting to do something and get away with it. We get our men. And he said it worldwide. And a lot of retired or I would not. There's no amount of money that they would pay me to become a police officer. None whatsoever. The city of Hot Springs, they're hiring police officers right now, and the starting pay is over $50,000 a year. That's what they had posted on the post. And I'm going, 50,000 to do what they do? I don't think so. So a lot of policemen, they get the experience, they get the schooling, and then some of them do that. It's what we had one that retired from this. He was a deputy sheriff for one or two counties. Then he went from it to become a state trooper, and he was a trooper for over 20 something years and retired from it. Then he did the same thing. He started his own investigation business. But they get to experience the ins and outs, and they do something different. I don't know if I have. I think I have, Patty. We had talked about him once before on here. But I'm not sure. I know the name sounds really familiar. I've been following a guy for a few months now, Brian Wilson, and he's pretty interesting. Then you got Heavy D. Heavy D is he's more into helicopters, but he does do equipment, Them two pages there are pretty good. Let's see. I believe it was Heavy D went to Canada, and this is on two separate trips, and he bought a Scanias, two Scanias. He brought them back to do two different episodes. And the first time he bought one, he had a real hard time getting it back into the United States. He had to do a lot of paperwork and nah, that's the wrong one, Patty. Bruce Wilson. Excuse me, Bruce. But he finally got the first one into the United States. It took him a little while, but he got it. It's a really good looking truck. And them things are pretty cool. They can actually lower the trucks up and down. They're just really funny. They're not funny. It's really neat how the Scanias are built, what they can and can't do. It's pretty cool. Well, he liked it so much he ended up buying another one, so he has two of them now. I, I believe that's Brian Wilson. Keep saying Brian. It is Brian. I have to look and see. But anyway, it's either Bruce or Brian. I'm pretty sure it's Brian. And Heavy D is the helicopters. He has got a Blackhawk. He bought it at a government auction and got it. It was already flyable, but he had to get it certified, and a lot of things that you have to do when it comes to aircraft, especially government aircraft. And so it's not like you just buy it and fly it. You got to go through a lot to get it airworthy and certified and all that. Lots and lots of money. And so he got it done, and he actually uses it, but he uses it as you have to classify it as you can't hobby. Okay, that's how he's got it listed, as a hobby. You cannot get an aircraft and use it as commercial or anything unless you get it commercially certified. Well, that's a whole different story, and that's lots and lots of money and time. So he has got it classified as a hobby, but yet he can still haul passengers, but he can't legally charge them. And he does his friends and all that. They'll go different places in it. And he's become a certified. He can fly any helicopter, period. He started out with the old Bells and all the Sikorskis and things like just. He bought a warehouse out, had just, oh my gosh, helicopters, helicopter parts for nearly nothing, because the people that had it, it was a father and son. They were trying to downsize and get out of the business. So he went and checked it out, and sure enough, ended up buying it. He had to get some investors to help him, but he did that, and there you have it. All this stuff he bought. Chances are now he's probably sold most of it. He's recovered all of his money and then some. Good morning, Miss Debbie. Still have the gas issues. I constantly belch. I don't drink nothing, but here I am belching, Has to do with my shots. Yeah, good to see you, Miss Debbie. So yeah, that's kind of things I watch, and then of course Victory. Victory's the concrete guys. They do driveways, sidewalks, and patios. I gotta turn that off. Take a sip of ice cold coffee. Is that right? Helicopters. I watch that Mayday and there's two different programs, and I watch them both. And they started using a graphite type material on the tail blades, and then they would line the edges of them with some kind of metal. Well, it turns out that metal is a very good conductor for lightning. And what I'm trying to say is lightning likes the material that was on these graphite tail blades. And that was one problem. It was they started having lightning strikes on helicopters, make them crash. And so they still make them with that graphite material, but they have a different metal edging on them than what they did. The main rotors, I'm not sure. I never heard that they had an issue with finding them. It's kind of like the man I was just talking about. He has when he bought that warehouse, you had to see it to believe it. All the parts that was in this warehouse. He had brand new engines, jet engines. He had tail rotors, main rotors. I'm telling you, no telling how many weeks it took him to clean that warehouse out. So I never even thought about having a problem with that. But I can see it, especially when, the military. All right, all the manufacturers have either shut down, sold out, or downsized their productions. And so, military is priority on anything. I don't care what it is. It's military first and everybody else last. So I can see where there's a major call for helicopter parts. Because them blades they have a lifetime. You have to replace them, and it's not FAA requires you to change your blades after so many years or so many flight hours. With as many of them it's been made and sold across the world, yeah, I can see an issue with it. Oh, I started following this one girl, Flying with Kay. That's pretty good. She's pretty good content creator. I got to see her when she took her first flight in that. What was that plane? It was a twin engine. She was looking at to buy one just like it, and she got hooked up with this man that owned one, and she already had her flying license. She licensed to fly, and so she had never flown one before. This particular model, and he let her fly it. That's pretty cool. And she's talking about how different it was from her plane. She had this just single engine little Cessna of some kind. And then she liked it so much, she ended up buying that plane, another plane like it. And I saw she did make a couple of videos where she was in her plane. And her dad is apparently a pilot also. And they flew it to somewhere. She lives in Texas, and she flew it to a town that was like nearly an hour from where she is at by air. And her dad was helping her learn the controls. not to. She knew the basic controls how to fly it, but the electronic part of it, her dad was helping her with it. But yeah, that. She makes pretty good content. I watch every victory video. They make fun videos. Yeah, it's hard work. If you've never done concrete, that's some hard work. And they just make fun videos. I ain't nothing like fresh, cold iced coffee. I don't have no ice, but that's how cold it is here in the house. Oh, it's already up to 77. Let's see. Forget it. I forget it. I got to post that link every now and then in case somebody just bumps their head and forgets where they're at and comes on stage. So have y'all went to the Veterans Life Corp page yet? Oh, I might. Well, it cup's about empty. I'll just go ahead and drink it cold. It's kind of wasting my time to get up and try to. Oh, well, hopefully they can take care of that for you, Debbie. Yeah, I hope so. You know, well, good morning, Miss Joyce. How's your morning? I talked about it a little bit earlier. I haven't had my diabetes medicine. It'll be a week tomorrow, and I'm really having a hard time keeping it up, which is fine with me. She may not like what I'm eating to make it stay up, but that's too freaking bad. I tried her vegetables, that don't work. You don't get enough out of it, and I ain't gonna sit here and eat like a pig. I can't do it. I'm defeating the purpose of what I'm trying to gain by sitting here eating like a hog. I broke down. Yeah, I'm a bad boy. I broke down and went to McDonald's and I bought me a Big Mac, small order of fries, and a small orange drink. So I ate that, came home. Hour later, I took my blood sugar. It was 107. That was after eating that Big Mac and fries and a drink. 107. In the mornings, I wake up, it's in the 70s and 80s. It is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's see what that is. Let me mute myself for a second, okay? Wow, I gained a few viewers since I muted myself. Patty, that's awesome, man. That's a cool video. I rode, and I could tell what it was. A Huey. I recognized what it was just by the sound of it and the way the petcock looked. That's a big old Huey. Back years ago in Branson, Missouri, they had I think 3 tour services, and they was all helicopters. And the first one we rode on, oh, it was scary because it was a really, really old Huey. They had 2 of them on site. And yeah, it was scary because I didn't know if we'd make it back in them. That's how old they were. And the year after we rode in the one we did the first time, it crashed. And actually, we got the news about it here on our local news because it was a tourist attraction there in Branson. And then 2 years later, the second one crashed. So they never replaced them. They just shut down their business. And then the second one I rode, it was a Huey also, but it was a different company had it. And I flew it. And it was a lot safer looking ride. But they were fun. I really enjoyed them. And then the last one that I flew in was one of them big bubble bell, the big bubble faced. It had 3 seats in it, and they were all you were right there. I had the windy. I could look out beside me, and there it is, one of them kind of deals. And that pilot he kind of scared me there for a minute. He was flying like 100 miles an hour right towards a mountain. I mean, it's just a flat side mountain. He's going right to it, and within, I don't know how many feet it was, but it looked really close. He stopped that thing and went straight up. He just freaked the crap out of me. My first wife, she didn't really like to fly, but she would do it for me. And man, I swore she shit her britches. It was so funny. Yeah, it was fun. Well, I haven't heard back from the doctor since I turned in my paperwork. See, I had to go Monday, and I had to keep a log of all my glucose readings over the weekend. I started it Friday and ended Monday morning, and there wasn't a one of them that was above. I think the highest that I'd got was 130, 134, something like that. But most time it's right at 100 or below. But she told me if it does increase to over the weekend to take one of the pills that I normally take, one a day, which I didn't even have to take it. So that's what I've been dealing with. It's getting down in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and that ain't good. I do like their McDonald's little hamburgers. That's a downfall of mine, and I hadn't done it in several months. I would get either a quarter pounder deluxe or a Big Mac meal, but I would get like 4 regular hamburgers or 4 regular cheeseburgers just with nothing on them. And I'd bring them hamburgers home with me and put them in the fridge, and that's what I'd eat. I'd take 1 or 2 out at a time, and that would be 2 days worth of meals for me. But I hadn't done that in several months. I bought a Big Mac meal, and then I had 2 fillet of fish. Even them didn't taste good to me anymore. Nothing sounds good at all. So I do the Ozempic shot once a week, and it has helped in so many ways. It's unfreaking believable. There's been a few people that's asked me, has your energy increased? I haven't noticed it. No, I haven't noticed it, and I've come to a point that I've stopped losing weight right now, but that's what's going to happen. It goes in stages, and so I'm at that one point. I've stayed the same weight for a few days now. I weigh myself first thing in the morning. I got the scale right. As soon as I walk through the hall to the living room, it's right there by my dining room table, so I can just walk from the bedroom to the scale. Well, it's usually bedroom to bathroom, then scale, and weigh myself right then. And I've been staying. I was down to 161, and then I started eating what she told me to eat, and then I gained back up to 100 or 265, and that's where I've been for a few days. I had one little Debbie brownie left. I'm telling on myself now. I'm bad about this. I had one left, and I was saving that thing for. I was saving it. Okay. Well, last night I got up. I come in here and check my blood sugar, and it's 107. So I said, well, let me. Okay, I will. Let me eat this other brownie. I got one other sweet left in the house. I ain't gonna tell you what it is. So I ate the brownie. I sat here for a couple hours, took my blood sugar. It's still right at 107. And this is without taking medicine for a week nearly. So I got to get my groceries delivered probably tomorrow. I was going to do it today, but I'm going to hold off. And I got a salad. I got cucumbers, tomato, onion. I'll make a cucumber salad. I got some more pork ribs. I got some pork chops. And if I like them things actually better in my oven than I do fried. It's unfreaking believable. Well, hello there. Good morning, Miss Virginia. How you doing? I even got me some collard greens. I am going to try this little crock pot that I've had for these years, never even plugged it in or nothing. So I'm going to cook me a mess of collard greens in it. I got that seasoning that Linda and someone else was telling me about that. Was Dash Original. So I'm gonna put some of that in there with them collard greens and see how they turn out. Hey, good morning, Mr. Noel. How you doing? I'm doing good. Yeah, that's what it is. I didn't realize how many different flavors they got. I was going to get the garlic and herb one, but I had it on my grocery list, but I ended up taking it off. And for the price, you can't beat it. You know, the size of the container and what it costs, it's really not bad at all. So I got the small container to try it. Just to see, because I've never had it before. I know the one seasoning that I bought, uh, the Montreal flavor steak seasoning, that sucks. So I've got to find something that will be a good alternative. What is my thoughts on high pitch mic? I don't know. Uh, well, that's what I thought, but I'll probably get it. I still hadn't made my order yet. Did she really? Well, I'll have to try that because I used to put salt and pepper on my salads, and I hadn't done that, well, for a while now. And I'll have to try that. But I have grown to like the garlic and herb spice. Now, I don't like whole garlic cloves. That's just way overboard for me. I don't like it that much. But when it comes to the smaller garlic, and the problem is the garlic is so strong that it's just, I don't know, it needs salt. And if you don't use salt, then it's over the border for me because salt just adds a little something to it. I always bought and used garlic salt. Well, I can't do that no more. I love garlic salt, but I can't do it. I used to put that on every bit of meat, but I can't. So I'm looking for alternatives to keep the salt out, but get a salty flavor. And there's got to be something out there in this world that has that salt flavor. But of course, I haven't had any problems. Now, blood work will tell the truth, but as far as the symptoms, I haven't had it with the food that I've been eating that has salt in it. If you've never had them, I messed up one day and ordered pork chops with my eggs one morning at Waffle House. Well, guess what? It wasn't a mistake. It was an experience. They make the best freaking pork chops with your eggs that I think you can find. And that's what they used, garlic powder to cook on them. That was their seasoning. Oh, they were so good. And that's what I can't wait, excuse me, to get them pork chops in here and get them in the oven because I do have garlic powder. And guess what? Them pork chops, them pork ribs, going to have garlic powder on them. Yeah, I went through all my spices a few months back, and I cleaned house. I threw most of them away, except for the Cajun seasoning, which I hadn't cooked in so long. The Cajun seasoning was even old, so I got to throw it out. I used it on a hamburger a few weeks ago, and it wasn't any good. Yeah, okay, so I got new pepper, lemon pepper. I got new garlic powder. I got lemon pepper. What else did I get? I got a few more seasonings. I still got to. I was just there by Dollar General Monday. I could have whipped in there and got me a couple of bottles of their Cajun seasoning. Oh, it is so good. Clover Valley. Oh, it's good. I can't remember. Tony Chachery has garlic or Cajun seasoning, but I don't know that I've ever tasted it. Honestly, I've got a I've got some on my little spice rack, but I've never ever used it. Never have used it. I don't even know if it's open. I'm sure it's got shelf life on it. Let's see. Let me just check something out here. There you are. All right, so New Orleans Cajun Tony Chachery's Zatarain's blackening. Slap your mama Cajun seasoning. Holy cow. McCormick is just went out of sight on their seasoning. Old Bay Cajun steaks. It's unreal how much this stuff costs. Good and well it don't cost that much to make because they make such a large quantity. It's usually the packaging that costs the most. New Orleans Cajun. Creole. New Orleans Cajun. Options? What do you mean options? What was that other one? Oh yeah, they okay. Well, I'm thinking about I'm doing this before I forget about it. Oh, onion powder was one I got too. I use it quite a bit. Use it quite a bit. There it is. I popped it on there, so I got it added to my grocery list. Yeah, I like that onion powder on my hamburger patties. I just eat hamburger patty by itself. I don't put nothing on it or bread or make a hamburger. I just use it. Usually have one of them little cans of oh Bush's baked beans, or I'll have a little cup of corn and or green beans, one or the other. Cody was here a few days ago. Was Saturday. He come over, him and Erica and Caitlin and Izzy visit me for a little while. And she was all over. She was trying to get this or that, this or that. So she grabbed my little box of corn. She wanted corn. And she didn't know what it was. It's just the little cup that they come in. And she liked it. And so Cody opened it up, gave her a spoon, and she took a bite of it and she didn't like it. So I sat here and she ended up tipping it over on my table. And so Cody just picked it up and threw it in the garbage. But I was laughing because she was standing there next to my little table here with her cup of corn. And it just freaked me out because, kids want candy, sweets, whatever. She was eating a thing of corn, which I love corn. I love it. It don't matter how or where or when it's cooked. I love corn. But I don't love it enough to eat a whole can of it, right? So that's what I like about these little one serving containers they have nowadays. And I buy them so I don't have to mess with leftovers. Last time I made it, I just put a tub of corn in two little containers of green beans and put it together, mixed it up, and then put it in the microwave and heated it up. And that was, what was that? That was with that's hamburger patty. Yeah, I really like that oven. I've really got my money's worth out of it. Tastes like corn on the cob. You should try the frozen. Oh, you talking about the frozen bags? Yeah. Let's see. What do I have? I don't have any frozen corn. Uh, I've got some vegetables in the freezer that I bought, but mostly it's nothing but broccoli and cauliflower. That's two of my favorites. I had a healthy choice chicken broccoli cheddar. I had that either Monday night or had to be Sunday night. That's what I had for supper. It was pretty good. I've learned you don't want to get breaded chicken in these frozen dinners. No, you don't want that. You want to get the grilled chicken ones. Them are the best. I wish. Let's go back to Walmart and let's look at this. The where's Judy at? She's supposed to be here while I'm doing this. Okay. Spaghetti and meatballs. Cheesy chicken and rice. That's what it was. Beef and broccoli. Oh, I think I've got a couple of them in the freezer. Meatloaf. Oh, that reminds me. I'm going to put my foot in my mouth and say, I'm going to screw up today. I'm going to run down to the little barbecue place and I am actually going to get a meatloaf from there. Yeah. I said I'd never be back there, but guess what? I'm going to get meatloaf today. White Castle, you suck. Sweet and sour chicken. I'd love to have some fresh made that. General Chow or sweet and sour chicken. Chicken. Oh, I was talking about lo mein not long ago. No. If you don't change that substitution at Walmart, they're gonna put something you don't even want in your house. That's how I ended up with an apple pie. It'll stay there probably till the end of time because I won't eat it. All right, Chris, you do the same. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I have to be careful and remember to, what was it? I got two things that they substituted on me, but I don't remember what it was, and I didn't like it. I didn't want it. So I'm very careful when it comes to meals now. If it's something that is out the norm that I don't usually get, well, I make sure that I mark no substitutions. If you don't have it, I don't want anything else kind of deal. Lean cuisine. Oh, that looks. They got that portobello looking so much like steak. It is unbelievable. It might be pretty good. Lean cuisine steak portobello microwavable meal. Look pretty dang good. Looks like real strips of steak. Steamed soup dumplings. Buffalo. I've only had buffalo wings one time, and I wasn't too fond of it. It's not my kind of thing. I normally just like regular breaded chicken wings, nothing on them. But used to, Walmart had barbecue wings. They had, and it was Jack Daniels, supposedly like Jack Daniels barbecue sauce on them, but it wasn't. It was different. It wasn't Jack Daniels because I love them chicken wings that Walmart used to have. And that's what I'd get every week. I'd get a pound of them and a pound of General Chow for her. I sit here like a king eating them chicken wing. Good stuff. Hey, let's have smoothies. That sounds good. $12 ounces of Impossible ground meat. That's $6.78. It's not even a pound. It's 12 ounces. That's more than real meat. It's what I've said. It costs a lot of money to eat healthy. It's very expensive. I'm learning the hard way. Beef pot roast bowl. Oh, look at there. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. My Hormel meat. I've got to get one of them back in the house. Hormel, 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 Hormel. Holy crap. Down up to $10 freaking dollars. I used to love Hormel bacon. Yeah, I loved Hormel, but then again, they don't taste the same. All right, so let's see here. Going through my grocery list. Grocery list. Grocery list. Grocery list. Okay, I just got everything. So I am ready to order. Your shopping list. What is Wi-Fi call? Well, I think now this is just me thinking, you know how my brain is, it's out there. Wi-Fi calling. Normally I would say that's like Messenger, Skype, things like that. That's what I would consider Wi-Fi. Now my telephone, you know, I do Wi-Fi calling on it because I have my phone hooked by Bluetooth to my computer or to my router here in the house. So normally when I call, it's on through the Wi-Fi, not through AT&T. So that's what I'd call Wi-Fi calling. You veggies go and chicken and dumplings. What people were freaking out on a website I follow because some people put veggies and chicken and dumplings. I'm trying to understand that comment, Linda. I'm not. Are you talking about putting vegetables in chicken and dumplings? That one word "and" is throwing me off. So I'm guessing it's supposed to be in. Well, it could be. You know how our chat is, right, Linda? When we call each other through it, that's no. We don't put vegetables in my chicken and dumplings. No, that's just flat out disgusting. If it was designed to put vegetables in it, it'd be called chicken and dumplings and veggies. So it's chicken and dumplings, plain and simple. And whoever puts vegetables in their chicken and dumplings, well, we can't be friends. No, ma'am, not my chicken and dumplings. Now I've had a soup with dumplings in it. Well, who was it? Banquet. Remember they had them meals where you it come with like a chicken pot pie. And then you put the dough on top of it. Then you had biscuits. Then there's another soup that has little dumplings in it. What is that called? It's not matzo ball soup, but it's similar, but it's smaller dumplings. Minestrone or something like that. If Irene was here, she could tell me. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's a soup that has dumplings, but it has potato, it has celery and the all what you normally make a soup with, but it has dumplings in it. Yeah, Irene's good at letting me know what that kind of stuff is. Let's see here. Hey, the 4.99 CC's buffet is back open. You can get the flopper combo meal. What in the world is a flopper combo meal? I did like their dessert pizza at CC's, but I did not like their pizza. I know they make it there, but it was like having a frozen pizza at home. And for $5, when Cody was little, it was $3.99, all you can eat pizza buffet. So you couldn't beat it. They have pizza, they play a few games, and then you go home. So that was a good thing about it. But yeah, I'd get my money out of eating their apple and cinnamon pizza, or they had another one that I liked. It might have just been cinnamon sugar pizza. I like them, so I dang sure got my fill of them. And I can't figure out why I'm diabetic. Well, yeah, that's right, Lenny. It's not the recipe. There is a soup that is out there that has dumplings, the veggies, and the meat, the protein, and I can't remember what it's called, minestrone or something like that. One of them has it, but yeah, chicken and dumplings is just what it says, chicken and dumplings. No, we don't have them. The only buffet we have left is that CC's, and they just now opened it back up. this week in Hot Springs. They've been open, but it hadn't been buffet. We have Pizza Hut, Domino's, CC's. We have Molly's, Charlie's. Oh, what's that one across from the track? I don't remember. We've got that. Then we have Rocky's Corner is one I was thinking of. And there's another one right there across from the old Walmart. But mostly Domino's is everywhere here. They are everywhere. I've got 2 pieces of that left in the freezer. I probably need to eat it. I don't know that my barbecue place may be closed down. But right here close to me, we have 3, and that's Charlie's, Domino's, and Molly's. And see, I don't know if does Domino's even have a dessert pizza? I don't have a clue. I don't have no idea. But we will find out. Let's see. Menu. General menu. Desserts. No, they don't. They have cinnamon bread twist, marbled cookie brownie. Hey, them chocolate lava crunch cakes. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff. But they don't have none of. I don't have a place that has pizza desserts around me. And that's what I miss. Boy, them things, they were better than the actual meal pizzas, I thought. Back years ago, we had the Pizza Inn. We had 3 of them in Hot Springs. And 2 of them had buffets and 1 of them didn't. And I always liked going to the one on Central because they had the big buffet. It was huge. If you didn't see something that you liked on the buffet table, you could ask them and they'd make a special pizza just for you and they'd bring it to your table. That's what I liked about Pizza Inn. They took care of their customers. I'd get me a big old salad and eat it and go hit that pizza table and start loading up plates of pizza. And then afterwards, I'd be sitting there so full, just in pain and misery. And then I can't leave here without dessert. So I'd get up there and get me a couple of pieces of that apple cinnamon pizza. I guarantee you I ate my money's worth and probably 4 other families' worth. Oh, it sounds real good. But yeah, I really like the garlic herb sauce that Domino's has, and I'll get the meats, the all meat pizza with that garlic herb sauce on it, and that is really, really good. They slobber that crust edging with garlic butter. Ooh. Would it be bad to go get a fresh one when you already got two pieces? Big New York style on an extra large. One slice is equal to probably 2 to 2.5 slices on a regular cut pizza. You take an extra large pizza and you have 6 slices. That'll tell you how big it is. Yeah, well, he's big. But I can't do their tomato-based sauces like the what do they call it, robust red sauce, or there's another one there, whatever they call them. But I can't do them. They really give me heartburn, and it's not pleasant. So I've found that the garlic herb sauce, to me, I don't have any after effects. And I used to like red sauce on them, but not no more. Yeah, the marinara, I can't do them. And I can sit here and eat tomatoes all day long every day and not have a problem. But when it comes to that sauce, I have problems. The only pizza sauce that I still like is that from Beano's. I forgot about them. And they're in town, and I don't go there very much at all. But they make a damn good pizza, period. My opinion, the best that's in Hot Springs or anywhere around Hot Springs for that matter. I can go to a store that sells Hunt Brothers pizza, and I enjoy it better than I do any other places. It's simple, it's cheap, and it freaking tastes good. I think I know the convenience store there by the back gate still has it. The marina there close to where I used to work, they still have it. And that's what I'd do. I'd call up the marina, order a pizza, and then after work go pick it up. And go home with a pizza. And then in the morning times, if I was feeling pizza whatever, I would stop at the East Gate and get me a breakfast pizza. Now that's what I'm talking about. Ham and bacon, sausage, eggs on a pizza. I'll tell you what, that's pretty dang good. Back years ago, when I first started working in the village, which I was hanging house gutters, there's a convenience store inside the village called Foster's, and they made homemade breakfast pizza. And they would put cream cheese on the pizza, put the toppings on it, then they'd cook it with that cream cheese on it. Oh, I'm going to tell you what, you ain't never tasted anything like it. That was so good. I'd stop in there in the morning to get me 2 pieces of it. Then go back and get a big lunch and then go home and eat supper. That's back when I was actually physically fit. I could eat 3 meals and not think nothing about it. The guy that I was working with, I was on a crew of 3, and the lead operator on that crew, his favorite saying was, "I will get to it tomorrow." Well, most time tomorrow never came. We did mostly driving around and looking at things and not really doing anything. And in October, when he'd go to Colorado to hunt elk, the other guy in the crew and I would fix all the water leaks and get everything caught up while he was gone. He was always gone 2 weeks. So in that 2 weeks, we worked our tails off fixing all that stuff. Oh, is that right? Well, I'm sorry, Linda. They called me yesterday, and they're still in the process of working on it. She said she is waiting on my insurance company. But I may have to either go without or hit doctor's office up for another free sample because I'm not going to get it before next week, and next week will be my last shot I got. It is something else. Now I can pay $500 something and get it, but I don't feel like paying that much money. Well, my question is, you got to have a doctor's prescription to get this stuff. Now, how is these people with millions of dollars able to get it and use it? And you know good and well they're not diabetic. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. So that just goes to show you, if you don't have money, you won't get it. That is so crazy. Wow, well, I hate that. Well, that's not good, Linda. Let's see here. This. My poor fingers. I have poked them so much and they're getting to feel like leather, and I have poked myself so much. Well, is there anything an safer alternative other than what you're taking? That's the downfall to all these medications. They're going to have some kind of side effect. If you take medications, you do know that we all have risk of kidney and liver damage, because it may help one thing, but then again, it may destroy something else. So that's just part of it. Clean up my pen. Drop my pen. Whoops. Dang, there, dropped it again. Got butterfingers this morning. Oh, they do. You know, I talked about a girl in school that has RA, and she had it when we was in middle school, and she failed one year because of attendance. Well, she got doctor's excuses and all of that, and her parents started picking up schoolwork and taking it home and taking it back to school for her. And so she didn't graduate that I know of, but she did get credit for school up till the 10th grade, I think. Well, I thought that I'd heard that she had passed away, and come to find out she didn't. She's still alive. And I found this out because in my class page that we have on Facebook, I kept seeing this name, and I could not, for the likes of me, figure out who it was. Well, come to find out, it's her. So I was glad to see that she had passed away. But she fell off the earth because I didn't know whatever happened to her. Wow. Are you taking potassium pills? I got put on them for a while. In fact, I got two big old bottles full of them still. Because my potassium actually went back up. I'm going to have to get on that class page and stir some conversation up again. I've done it twice since I rejoined it. I get some good response out of it. My potassium pills, Linda, are like horse pills. They're big old things. Probably because they generic. I don't know. All I know is they big boys. Well, hey there, Mr. George. How you doing? Check my phone. There's a couple of dingers on it. Ding, dang, ding, ding, dang. Meet your new favorite. Oh, you have to change something besides your hamburgers. Try our new Sonic Smasher. Order now. Try our new Sonic Smasher with 2 juicy Angus patties smashed and seared, melty American cheese, creamy smasher sauce, pickles, and onions. This new cheeseburger is a smash hit. Yeah, right. I'll stick with my hamburger from the home. I'll throw one of them there patties in there and cook her up. And guess what? I'm gonna have me a cucumber salad to have with it, and I don't know. I'll probably get about 3 or 4 meals out of it. You know that's one thing that gets better as it sits in the fridge. Oh yeah, we had that one barbecue place there right as you go into town used to be there. Mickey's. They had that in their order list, and I could always get me that there. I'd always get me a pint of it to just bring home. It was so good. They put some kind of seasoning in it that just made it over the top. You know what I smell right now, Linda? One of the boys took a crap. Mmm, cat crap. Oh, me. What are we going to do? Well, A1C is up. It's 110. Well, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. Oh, you're an hour ahead of me, aren't you? So it's 11 there. What does it say that for? Oh, that's what that means. I could be streaming on Twitter LinkedIn, whatever the hell that is. Hopping, Instagram. I could be broadcasting right now on it. But I choose not to because I ain't never done it. Okay, let's see. Vance Barbecue. That was back in, looks like the 50s or 60s. I don't think so. I'm gonna have to start watching Mrs. Brown Boys again. I ain't watched it in a few weeks. That's a funny show. I like it. Oh, I've been watching that real famous, infamous. I watched a few episodes of it over the weekend. Pretty interesting. They had John Candy's story. Oh no, that's the where the dude does the autopsy. You know, he doesn't do the actual. He goes back and reads all the information. That's a pretty cool show. I like it. It's pretty cool. I had Gilda Radner's and John Candy's. I watched them too. You know, God bless her soul and God rest her soul. She, Gilda Radner, she battled a hard battle. And she was such a talented person. And Gene Wilder had to watch her go from something that was a great person to something that was just really frail. And then, you know, she got better and she had convinced herself that she had become cancer free. Well, when she got to that point, within a year, she had passed away. And that was really sad for her and Gene because they were so great together. And if you never watched it, go look up Young Frankenstein. That was a great movie with the two of them in it. But yeah, she was something else. John Candy, he was a funny comedian, another great person in the movie industry and entertainment. But he had things he shouldn't be doing and ended up costing him his life. You know, that Going East was his last movie that he made, and while he was filming it, he was actually dying while he was filming it. The last 3 days, they were in Mexico and filming it in the heat and he always his attire that he wore in the movies was thick, heavy material, no leather and all that stuff, which just if you've ever wore leather coats or like me, I wore chaps for a while. That's hot. And that's why you wear them in the wintertime because it keeps the wind off from you and actually help heat your body. And but he was wearing that out in Mexico in the summertime. So a lot of stuff was just building up, and the day before he died, he wanted to go home. He was done with it. He wanted to go home, and he wasn't finished. I can't remember. I think they still had a few more shoots to make, but he wanted to go home, and they wouldn't let him. And so he died there in Mexico on set of a heart attack. So he knew in his mind he needed to go home and be with his family, and he didn't do it. And that's any entertainment. That's why a lot of times people they're not very friendly because of the stress and that you have to deal with. It's really a job. And drugs get involved to just make you do it because you're so wore out, tired. They turn to alternatives to give them the energy to do it, and most of the time it ain't good. And it's kind of like my mom. She knew she was dying, and we did too. She told me and Dad that before they put her in a coma, she told me she needed to get home. She had two things that she had to get done, but we never found out what it was. And we'll never know what it was because to this day I have no clue what she was wanting that she had to do to get home. I don't know, but she never made it home. And I think when you get to the stage like that you know you're going to die, other people might not think it, but you know it when it's your time. There's indicators that we learn when it's our time. And there's not a thing anyone can do about it. My dad, I loved him to death. He called me the night before he was supposed to come home. He was at the VA hospital. He wasn't feeling good. And I was going to get up and go over there the next morning. And that's what really upset me. He didn't want me there with him. So I didn't go. And I talked to him the evening before he was supposed to come home on the telephone. He was happy. He was laughing, just really good spirits. He had two bedmates in the room with him, and one of the bedmates, the bedmate's wife was there with him, and they told me that he was just really having a good time, and he was excited to get to go home, and so I didn't think nothing about it. Well, 3 hours after I talked to him, I got a phone call from the hospital, the VA, and it was the doctor that was in the room with him. And she said that your dad has had a heart attack and they have revived him. It ended up they revived him 7 times. And the last time, in between phone calls, I called my brother and told him we need to get to Little Rock. So him and his wife got up and they drove me to the hospital, to the VA. And we got there. The doctor met me at the door, met my brother and I, and they were doing CPR on him at the time. And I looked at Kevin and says, "No, this is 7 times now. We need to let him go." And so we told the doctor that that's it, no more. And so that was really hard because I wasn't there. I was there with my mom holding her hand, but I wasn't there with Dad, and that really tore me up even to this day. And as soon as I got there, we talked to the doctor, and they took the tube out and different things off of Dad, and doctor said we could go in there with him now, and we did. And it was just sad. You could. I always thought when you pass away that you can see it in people that pass away the relief. You can see it in their faces, whether it's mouth expressions. Just you can see whether it was a painless or a battle when they pass. My mom, you could tell she fought it, and the expression on her face, it kills me. My dad, it wasn't a joyous, it wasn't a peaceful, it wasn't a fight. It was just an expression, just a plain expression. My dad, when my mom passed away, my dad's life ended, and he was ready to go now. And I thought maybe in my mind, I thought that when he did pass, he would have some type of joyous expression on his face, knowing he's going to be with mom. But it wasn't that way. And when my grandma passed, we were there in the room, and she had nearly a smile on her face. Of course, grandma was nearly 100 years old. And, she had looked like a peaceful passing. Now, my uncle, he had a stroke, massive strokes. And boy, I tell you what, I hate that I seen it when he passed because he fought it. It was awful. And but yeah, anyway, that ain't that hard. Ain't that stupid me start talking about that? But I over a TV program. But yeah, Gilda and John, both of them were just great performers, actors. They got started at a comedy club. In fact, actually, the same comedy club. Had great careers. Unfortunately, they passed before their time. And John Candy, he worked up until the last day, or end of his life. Unfortunately, Gilda wasn't able to. But you know what? Gene Wilder was there at her side through the whole thing. And when she passed away, Saturday Night Live did a special tribute to her. And one of the tributes that they did was with Steve Martin. One of the episodes of Saturday Night Live, they had Gilda Radner and Steve Martin were dancing. And they replayed it during that episode, that tribute to her. And that was really, really cool that they did that. Because she was a woman that deserved it. I would love to be able to get my cousin to come on here and do some things, talk and do a couple of his songs, but he's just so busy he can't do it. I've talked to his sister, and she's tried to get him to come on, but he just won't do it because he ain't got time. He's a busy man. I'm sure if I was to pay him, that's a different story. Because he's not going to pass up money gigs for freebies. He is a professional. You can go on YouTube and watch one of his videos. They've only got one of his videos left on there. I watched it this morning. Brian Kelly, Rivertown, or his CD that he made is gambling on my songs. Brian Kelly, gambling on my songs. There's that one from Florida that is an asshole. Brian Kelly from Florida. My cousin puts him to shame, and that's why the dude tried to sue my cousin, because he was doing better than his sorry ass was. But he's going by another name now, and that way that guy can't claim any of his content. Okay, here, let's see. I always forget what he goes by now. Let's see here. Come on, get up. See. There you are. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Shouldn't take me long to get through these names. Oh. Looks like I need to go back and unlike a lot of pages. I don't know, tell how many I got liked. So good. Anyway. Dadgummit, I was muted again. Good morning, Brian. How you doing? We still have 2 viewers on the YouTube. Howdy. Come on in and say howdy. Oh, let's go look and see something. I was actually going to look and see if Mr. Dennis B. Adams Jr. was streaming, but he's not. Let's go to this page and see if he. Nope. Only me. Let's go to this page. Only me. Nope. Ain't none of them I follow broadcasted. Just me. Oh, Phil Harris. You might remember Mr. Phil Harris. He used to be the owner and captain of the Cornelia Marie on Deadliest Catch. Yeah, he's a good old boy. I liked watching him. Unfortunately, he's one of them that passed away too. He knew his crabbing. And come to find out, he knew his salmon, not salmon, his blue marlin fishing too. They made one season of after the deadliest catch or something, where his oldest son and Casey McManus went to Florida. Not Florida. Where was it they went? Hawaii. And they found Phil's old charts that he had marked out where the marlins and different fish was, and they went there and followed his charts to fish. Hooked up with a local Hawaiian to help them out. That was a pretty good show, but they apparently they canceled it. I don't know why either, because it was really good. Bruce Wilson riding cab over. Will it start? It didn't. It did. I saw that video. Well, it looks like an MRI machine, but apparently it's not. It's COPD treatments. Maybe a barometric pressure chamber. I hadn't seen any moonshiners lately. Oh, do you have any new episodes of it going around? I watched them quite a bit, and I got to watch them every day. And I actually need to look on my list to see if they got to 24/7 of the moonshiners. Well, good morning, Miss Deborah. How you doing? We just sitting around chilling, killing time till I can go get me some barbecue meatloaf. Boy, I tell you what, Monday I got mad. Last week they told me to bring in my medication. Even Murphy told me that. She's my practitioner. And she told me Monday or Tuesday, bring in your glucose readings over the weekend from the weekend, and bring my hydrocodone in with me and turn it in, and they'll write me a prescript for a new medication, right? Okay, so I did that over the weekend, and then I took it in. I got cleaned up. Holy cow! I put long-legged breeches on, a nice shirt, halfway shaved, and went there, turned it in. I told the receptionist that I had my medication that I was supposed to bring to turn in. She said, "Well," I told her I needed to have some kind of proof, written proof that I gave it, turned it in. Then she says, "Well, I can't take that. We'll have Murphy's nurse come out and talk to you." So I waited there a little bit. She come out and says, "Well, I read the Murphy's report, and it says to make an appointment." And I said, "No." She told me to bring it in. "Well, we got to make an appointment." I said, "Well, all right. Well, I've got to come back next month and do my lab work and all that. I'll just wait and do it. You want to wait that long?" I said, "Yeah," because I don't want to make another trip and then have to make another trip. I just ain't going to do it. So I brought the meds home. I put them back where I got them, and sat here and steamed while I was eating my Big Mac. Yeah, sorry outfits. Yep, yep. So, I'm new to the Social Security scene. I've heard all the stories. I've seen people that struggled when they're on Social Security or Social Security disability, having to deal with Medicare and all of that. Well, I'm beginning to see what they're saying and what they're going through. Just because you have it doesn't mean it covers everything, and it ain't cheap. And I understand living on a fixed budget now because, yeah, I live by the month. If you noticed, I've had to quit giving dentist stars and all that because it ain't good. So Social Security and disability needs to be fixed. Medicare don't pay for jack squat like it used to. Um, you have to get supplement for this, supplement for that, and it's a pain in the tail. And then when you try to get this stuff, then well, you make too much money. Well, I don't make what I made working. Well, get a job. I can't. And like I said, I was blessed because when I retired, I had a 401k that paid everything off. It didn't leave me with very much left in it. I'm talking minimum, what was it, a couple of thousand, and that was it. But I was able to pay everything off. And now I'm living month to month, and yeah, I see where people are talking and coming from now. You think you got it made, and then bam, looky here. Really, really tough. And my poor grandma, she didn't make a whole lot of money of anything a month. I don't know how she did it. Well, I know how because she had her own garden and she canned vegetables and fruits, and so she had food. May not have been gourmet food, but she had food. And I guess that's why I buy generic because it's so much stinking cheaper than name brand. So if I buy the bread that I got, hey Linda, it's still good. It lasts me 2 or 3 weeks. If I need it, it ain't green, right? Okay. So I'll buy a loaf of bread, and 3 weeks later I'll buy another. So in reality, I'm saving money because before I was buying a loaf of bread every week. I threw 2 brand new loaves of bread away. Never even opened them. Was it $1.80 something a loaf for that wheat bread of great value? And in 2 weeks, that's $3.60. Well, I can get a loaf of bread for a few pennies less that'll last me up to 3 weeks. So saving money by going by the name brand on bread. I know it. You told me. I know, Linda. You did. But I have to physically do things to get it in my head to see it actually be true. I'm sorry, but I'm just that way. Like right now, I can go in there right now and make a sandwich. I could make me a potted meat sandwich right now. Yum, yum. You know what would be really good? And I may do it. When I get my cucumbers and tomato and onion delivered, make up that salad. I may actually put some of that on my potted meat sandwich. Boy, that sounds good. Mm-mm-mm. Yep. Yummy for my tummy. Well, good morning, Miss Shelby. How you doing? Good to see you, girl. Been missing you. Yes, we have. Thank you for coming in. We was just sitting around chatting and talking about a potted meat sandwich. I, oh, we missed you, girl. We really have. That's a fact. And I'm one of the lucky ones. I keep saying this, Brian, and everyone. If I stick to my budget, I have a few $100s left before I get paid the next time. So that helps out. If something does arise to where I need it, I'm not sweating it. Luckily I bought everything that I need as far as I don't need anything else. I'm good. I have 2 cars, I have a home, I have the electricity on, I have internet, computers, uh, telephone, everything that I need, I have, and I'm able to pay each month for it. So I'm really blessed. And if Cody calls, says, "Kate's dad, you got $100 I can have?" I says, "Yeah, come get it." I'm that. I'm okay. I'm not. I can't say that I'm struggling and hurting. I'm not. I'm truly not. But when you deal with government agencies like that, you get so frustrated because you can't get positive answers right up front. You got to go around and round and round to get this stuff figured out. And like I say, I'm new to the game. My ex-wife, she was on disability, and so I kind of knew hers, but hers was a totally different than mine. But I did have my foot in the door, seeing what she went through, and but having to do it on my own, it's really been a learning experience and a life changing experience. I got dirty eyes, so you can't tell my eyes are dirty. Yeah, Miss Shelby, we missed you. We love you, girl. I hope everything is getting better for you. Yeah, we missed you. My camera points up. I don't want to tilt it down. I got my screen set just perfect to where I can read the comments and all that. There's no glares on the screen. That's why I never have lights on in here. It's because of glares. And how I have to turn the light down on my camera and all of that, my screen, everything, because it's so bright. And then my comments, if I tilt it down to where I can see, you can see my whole me, whole me. Well, I can't read the comments that well. I'm being Diane now. I'm being Diane. Hey, 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 I'm Diane. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see here. Let me turn this off for a second. All right, let's see here. Yeah. This Diane. You remember that big old long stick she had? She always. Well, this is close as I get. Yeah, this is how long it was. Yeah. Diane, if you watch it later, I'm teasing you, girl. You remember when she'd come on stage? You could see her eyes, and then all of a sudden, a big old long cigarette would just come out of the screen. Oh yeah. I don't remember what them cigarettes are called that she smoked, but they look like a football field long. That's funny. Why do you sip? Okay, my coffee I've had it all morning and it's just ice cold, room temperature, whatever you want to call it. Why do you still sip coffee when it's cold? Why don't you guzzle it like you would water or soda pop, whatever? I sit here and sip it like it's hot. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, Shelby. I try to be funny every once in a while. Speaking of funny, Henry. Henry. That's a funny topic, isn't it? I hadn't seen Roy this morning. I know it, Brian. And everyone's welcome. You know that, Brian. I've said it over and over again. They choose not to. It's their loss. If they were to come back and start making comments and playing the game right, don't be haters and making foul comments. Anybody could come on here. I don't care who they are. But here recently we had two people that come in here trying to cause problems. Well, we're just not going to tolerate that. One of them, I liked watching him when he was streaming. Never had one bad word about him, and then he comes on here and trying to start something that a viewer sent me a link to one of his videos, and I watched it, and all I said was truth about him because look it up. It's on Facebook. He can't deny it. And he comes on my podcast starting trouble. I said, just go do your thing. And I've never said anything negative about him. I've never tried to cause problem. I just stating facts, what I seen with my own eyes. And if you want to blame somebody, blame the people that sent me this stuff. Well, that's okay. Shelby, I'm a lot of days here lately. I have not felt like it. I'm battling my health issues again and working with it. So that's why I haven't done a lot more podcasts than I have. The I told everybody earlier I hadn't had any diabetes medication since last Thursday, nearly a week now, and my sugar's still low. So I'm battling it and keeping an eye on it, just constantly poking my fingers, doing this and that, and trying to keep it up to a normal range. So we all have our issues and things, and I've made a few of these podcasts the last couple of months, more than I have in a while, and they're always fun. I'm broadcasting on YouTube now. Go figure that one. And we always have good people viewers on YouTube. We got three viewers right now. And so we've really had good shows. I mean, some really, really good shows. And I'm really thankful, and I'm glad. I appreciate the ones that's been involved because, yeah, we've had some good content. We still don't have big numbers, but hopefully one day we will, and hopefully one day that we're able to feel like doing this more often. And that's the thing: the more you do, the more viewership you get. And at one time we had me, Tanya, and Frank doing this podcast, and it was nearly every day. So that's why a lot of viewers come on here, and then all of a sudden went through problems, and it just people lost interest. Tanya lost interest. Frank did, so he's left to me, and me, I don't know nothing about nothing. And so the viewership still hadn't built back up. I wish I was able to sit here and read a script and have guests on stage with us, and we sit here and talk. What was it? Last week, I believe last week, Dennis and I, we had a hell of a show. He was out on the road. He was driving, and it was he and I think Henry come on later. But Dennis and I had a really good show, and I thanked him, and I appreciate him doing that because it was serious conversations. We were discussing, well, I don't remember what it was we were discussing, but isn't that crazy? I should know it. But anyway, it turned out to be a really good show, and I hope I hadn't looked to see what the views was on that video. And that's what I'd like. People that in their careers that they had, they come up on stage and we discuss them and stuff, and see the reactions and comments, and go from there. Include them in the show. They don't have to be on stage, but they can be in the comments, make the comments. Everybody knows my career, 30 years of it. I worked in a candy factory. I made candy. I had a candy maker. Well, actually a baker, brownies. Yeah, I made brownies. Worked in a bakery. My cousin, her dad he had his own septic tank service, went, pumped and cleaned septic tanks out. Up until she was in high school, she told all the kids her daddy was a lawyer. My daddy's a lawyer. She was so embarrassed for him to know that her daddy did that for a living. So he was a lawyer from Uranus factory. Not from mine, from theirs. And my brownies and fudge always come out. I don't know why either, but they had kernels of corn, they had watermelon, cantaloupe seeds, lettuce. I don't know how they got my brownie mix, but they did. Tomato seeds. I'm going to tell you what, our brownies made the prettiest little tomatoes, cantaloupes. Yeah, go to the landfill and there's tomatoes and cantaloupes all over the place. Tell them people that work there, yeah, you can eat them if you want. I won't, but you can. And you remember back years ago, and probably still today, people used that stuff as a fertilizer in their gardens. I know my grandma did. She did it forever. I remember a little bitty kid. She had a El Camino, and we'd go to the hot springs treatment plant, and she would shovel that stuff in the back of that El Camino and take it to her garden and put it in her garden and till it into the garden. And she made the best vegetables that you could ever ask for. I know we made a few trips up to you finally got up with it. Yeah, I had to call them brownies because once it leaves the press, I'm not kidding you, it looks like brownies. Some days it'd be more like fudge, but most time it's brownies. But we'd go up to this one man. He had horses and he had a barn, and he'd clean it out. Well, we'd go up there and load up a load of horse manure, and Dad would bring it home and we'd put it in the garden. So yeah, it's really good for your gardens. And the thing is, I was told by my boss that it's good for well, vegetables that grow on top of the ground. He wouldn't recommend for root vegetables, but as far as tomatoes and watermelons and corn and peppers, cucumbers, all that good vegetable stuff that grows up out of the ground, well, it's good for it. We made compost one year, and we just used our biosolids, and it did turn out good. And that stuff it'll get up to like 200 something degrees on its own, just sitting there in a pile. That's all them micro bio whatever bacteria is working, creating heat as they work. I'm telling you what, I never did learn all them big old words they had for them. We had a chart in the lab that showed you the good ones and the bad ones, and we try to battle the bad ones and let the good ones live. We sustained an environment for the good ones to live in. That's what a treatment plant does. Why the good ones? Well, that's what breaks down your solids, makes it all good. You get overloaded with them bad ones, and it ain't good because you got a war on your hand. You ain't never heard of Uranus Fudge Factory? Well, they have one in Missouri and one in Pennsylvania, I believe. Look it up. There's a fudge factory that makes fudge. Dennis took us on one of his ventures. Frank took us to one. But that's what I did for 30 years. Well, actually, only 27. 3 of the years I was there, I was in. I agree with that, Chris, but I'm not going to say it. uh, oh, really? Uh, yeah, that was before my time, I think, Patty. I don't want them Secret Service men coming to my door and knocking on it. Hey, don't be talking bad about our vice president. Oh, there they are. Let's see what we got here. Oh, oh. Oh, it's AT&T. The new Google Pixel with Gemini is coming, and you are eligible to upgrade. Learn how to get the Google Pixel 9 for $10.99 a month. No trade-in required. Plus, get double the storage when you pre-order by August 21st. I've always wondered, I've never had a Pixel telephone. They're always offering me these Pixel phones. There's some that I can get for free, no strings attached. And so I don't know whether it's worth getting or not. I've used Google Samsung phones for quite a few years, and I've been happy with them. In fact, the one I've got now, it's Galaxy A11. It's an old one, and I don't use phones enough to well, I just don't use phones enough to say I need anything better than what I got. But I always wondered about them Pixels. I've seen them forever, but I just never have even looked into it. I've always just looked into Samsungs. Just knew he had a German Shepherd puppy, so I was hooked. Yeah, that was way before my time. I don't remember a German Shepherd pup. Free speech and Harris say she will do this. What is that one program? I was watching it on One News, and then last night I was scrolling, and it was actually on Fox News. And I've talked about the program one time before, but I really like it. Gutfeld or something like that. And there was a Democrat on that program last night, and he was really, really saying, do you want the same thing that's been going on for the last 4 years? Well, you better vote different if you don't. Because if you vote for that party, you're going to get exactly what you've had for the last 4 years. And this is coming from a popular Democrat. So that goes to show you that it's being run not by the president, by someone else. And if you like what's happening now, well, you continue voting for that particular party, and there you have it. But if you want change to get America back to where it needs to be, then you need to vote the other side, because he's going to do it. Neighborhood Wars. Have you ever seen it? Well, I watch it occasionally. Neighborhood Wars, customer wars, road rage wars, whatever. There was an episode on last night, and a man moved into this neighborhood, and he was friends with most of his neighbors. I mean, they talked and got along great. Well, one day he put up a political flag of Donald Trump. They blurred it out, but you know it's Trump's flag. So instantly, the one neighbor seen it, and he turned on the man and really, really caused a lot of problems. He actually physically threatened him over that flag. The man made the neighbor that lived next door to him get involved and started doing the same thing to that man that had put the flag up. Well, the man left the flag up, and I don't blame him. I would have too. Well, they said that the police got involved, and there wasn't no charge or anything, but the man apparently quit giving him hassles, but they've never spoken since. I thought, now how petty is that? You know, it wasn't nothing to do with, you can't post political flags or markers in your yards. It had nothing to do with that. It was just a name on it. I thought, old man, get a life. Yeah, I like that show. Was that one court? They have one deals with court. I really like that one. That's possible, Patty. I bet he would. Court Cam. That's what it's called. I like that show. That's pretty good. You know, that old boy that does On Patrol Live, he has really made a lot of different programs, hadn't he? Yeah, he's in the content making on three or four pages now. $88 degrees. She getting up there. I can tell it's getting warm in here. The cats are halfway on their back. They're on their sides now. When they turn legs up, it's hot. They're my visible thermometers. Have you really? What's that one firefighter plane that Hawaiian? What was its name? Great big old 4-engine water plane. They retired it. I got to watch its last mission. Now they got what is it? 737. They got some big old jet planes now, and they hold a lot of water. A lot. Said it took them. What was it? I can't remember. It was around an hour to refill them jet planes, but the amount of water they carry, it's it makes up. It's a lot of trips that regular water planes and bucket helicopters and stuff can carry. See, they had a fire in California. Well, Patty, you have a great day. You be careful outside, and you take care of yourself, and we'll see you on the next one. Yeah, have a good one. Oh, thank you for coming on. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. What is it? 11:15. It's about barbecue time. My plans for Monday is go drop that stuff off doctor's office. I was gonna go to town, but I said no, it ain't worth it. I'll just get out here. So my plans was go up to Brookshire's, get me meatloaf, and then stop at McDonald's, get me a quarter pounder, which ended up being a Big Mac, big mistake, and then stop at the Backy store, and then come home. That was my route. Turned out, I said, I don't know about meatloaf. Well, so I didn't go to Brookshire's. I just got McDonald's and, like I said, Big Mac instead of my quarter pounder. Big mistake. Them Big Macs suck. They're awful. Did get my backy. Then I came home. I know what I can do. I can go by the tire shop. Just next door to the barbecue place. That's what I'll do. I'll go get my tires aired up. They're all low. I don't know why. Car just sits there. I think that's what it is. Just sitting there. I got air thieves. Somebody's stealing my air out of my tires. Well, hey, Miss Judy, I was just asking about you earlier. I got on there doing some grocery shopping. Had to add a couple of things before I forgot about it. And I said, where's Judy at? She's supposed to be here helping me do this. I don't even remember what I added to it. I think it's just because they set. It actually is the reason why. I don't know. I know, the temperature in your tires will change between summer and winter. You always lose air during the winter time, but usually you can air them back up, and then it'll be good through winter. And then normally during the summertime, you increase in air pressure because once your tires get hot, they actually expand, make more air in them. I think I have tires that have nails in them. And the tire shop down there charges $20 a tire. So that'd be $60. Well, I could buy me a lot of chocolate mousse pies, couldn't I? For $60. Buy 2 or 3 of them at least. That's me. I still hadn't ordered mine. I was waiting for the day, and I was going to order it for later, but I didn't. I got a screw in one of my tires, and it was not all the way on the sidewall, but just right at the edge of the tire. And I got that fixed. And that's one tire I always have problems with. So I think that patch plug, whatever they used, is not completely sealed. It's got a very small leak in it. And the other two tires, I don't know about. They don't lose air like that one does. It's just a pound every few months. But yeah, last time I got them to air my tires up, they didn't charge anything. I gave the boy $20 for doing it. He wasn't going to charge nothing, but I went and paid him $20 and told him to go over there and get him something to eat. See if the barbecue place opened up at 10 o'clock. I could have went there at opening time. I could have got my tires aired up. I could have stopped and got donuts, and I could have got stopped and got barbecue right there in walking distance. Yeah, I could have had it all at one stop. But no, barbecue don't open up till 11. Better check. They actually may be closed today. Yeah, my wheels are them fancy aluminum factory wheels. Oh, where you going? Gotta get me some Bubba sugars. These cats don't like to be loved on. Yeah, I see you looking at me. Jordan. Jordan is so jealous. He can be just completely out sleeping. And if he hears me talk to one of these other cats, them eyes pop open and he's staring right at me. Surprised he didn't get up. What was I was gonna actually? I'm wanting tacos, and I don't want to have to deal with the mess here at the house. And I was just gonna go to Taco Bell, and I hadn't done it yet. Let's see here. But I was thinking about I was gonna get up, get cleaned up, and go to Stubby's in Hot Springs and get me some smoked ham. Let's see, where you at? There you are. There you are. Let's see, meat by the pound, brisket and ham, $22.05 for a pound of ham. Holy crap. And that don't come with nothing. That's just ham. Brisket, everything. Pork, ribs, brisket, and ham is $22.05 a pound. That's ridiculous. Let's see, what is this super combo? Wow. $47.30 for the super combo. It comes with a generous slice of beef, pork, ham, ribs, and a half chicken, beans, slaw, bread, and a drink. $47.30 for that. The combo plate, which is the one I always got, generous slice of beef, pork, ham, and rib, beans, slaw, and bread. $37.40. Holy crap. When I started buying them combo plates from Stubby's a couple of years ago, I was paying $18.99 for them. And you get a lot of meal. That's 2 meals for me for that combo platter. Actually, now it'd probably be 3 meals. And I'd always substitute the beans and slaw for 2 baked potatoes. They don't wrap them in aluminum foil when they cook them in the smoker. They smoke the potatoes, and then once they get done, they'll wrap them in foil to keep them warm in the smoker. Well, that's what I would get, but I hadn't been to Stubby's in quite a while. They have real good food. One of the best ones in town for smoked beefs. I'm not particularly fond of their ribs. That combo comes with 2 ribs, and they're big ribs. They're not little bitty baby backs or anything, big old spare ribs. But their rub that they put on their ribs, I'm not fond of it. I eat it because it's a rib. And then the super combo comes with half a chicken. And they have really good smoked chicken. That is one thing I'll have to say. Their sandwiches. Okay. Regular is $8.22. Jumbo is $9.43. Rib sandwich is $13.79. That's 2 ribs on a bun for, say, $14 after taxes. Stubby Signature Spuds. Now, this is what I'm talking about. The smoked spud is $4.11. Comes with butter, sour cream. You got your stuffed spud topped with brisket or pork, which is $15.12. Supreme spud topped with brisket and pork, beans and slaw, $17.38. Back years ago, and if you ate it inside, you'd still get it. They call it pot of beans. It's in a little bitty pottery pot, and they actually cook. They make the beans, they put in it the pot, then they'll cover it with meat, and then when you order it, it's hot, but it has a film of barbecue sauce over the top of it. Oh, it's so freaking good because they put it in a smoker to smoke it. Oh, it is good. That is $6.65 for a pot of beans. Ribs. 4 bones is $14. You had beans and slaw, that's $23. That's for 4 bones, 6 bones. With beans and slaw, it's $27. Wow. A rib feast for two. Pound of ribs, half a pint of beans, and half a pint of slaw. 2 slices of bread, $33.15. Holy crap, they've really gotten out of hand. Man. Sound like you got to be a wealthy man to eat there anymore. Well, Irene, I was just talking about you earlier too. We were trying to figure out what soup is like chicken and dumplings. It has vegetables like celery, carrots, and chicken, and then has dumplings in it. And I couldn't remember what it's called. And I said, "Where's Irene? She would know." Because I think it's some type of Italian dish. Because we was talking about, Linda had brought up a question about adding vegetables to your chicken and dumplings. Yeah, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you poop. The more you poop, the better you feel. So eat your beans at every meal. Oh, man. I hate to hear that, Judy. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's the food. The barbecue place in town that the one I would go to in town anymore because I love their ham. They have the smoked ham, bone in ham. Well, I was looking last time I checked, it was less than $20 a pound, and now it's up to 20. What I say, 22 something. That's just ridiculous. Now I know. Well, I was wondering about the wedding soup that come to my mind, but I couldn't remember if it was made with dumplings or not. Some of now, if you get to Campbell's, I think Campbell's soup has dumplings in it. But anyway, no, I don't. No, if you're gonna make chicken and dumplings, make it chicken and dumplings. It's kind of like breakfast gravy. I used to watch Food Channel all the time. Okay, I couldn't remember, but I know we had bought a couple of cans of the wedding soup from Campbell, and I thought it had little dumplings in it, but I might be wrong. No, what was the comment I was making? See, I done forgot what I was talking about. Dadgummit. They have a matzo ball, right? Matzo ball soup with matzo balls, which I think a matzo ball is just a big old dumpling. Never had one. I think it's made out of cornmeal, isn't it? I've never had it. I really never have had it. You need onions, celery, and peas and chicken and dumplings. No. Not down here, you don't. That's just not right. I was talking about breakfast gravy. I've watched people make breakfast gravy, and they put all kinds of spices, onions, and I'm sitting here just going, "Ah, you're ruining it. You ruin it. You ruin it." Breakfast gravy consists of bacon or sausage grease with a little flour to make your roux. Then you use sweet milk, you use whole milk, or water. That's it. Salt and pepper to taste, and there's your breakfast gravy. Why you put all that stuff in it to destroy the flavor? You're cooking it for the browned roux that makes the gravy. That's gravy. And then if you want to add sausage, fine. If you cook your sausage, save the grease, leave a little bit in your pan, make your roux, then put your milk, water, crumble up your sausage, put it in your gravy, and there you go. There's your breakfast sausage gravy. Wheat flour. I knew there was a reason for the matzo ball soup. I knew there was, but I did not remember, and that's what it's for, Passover. But I thought it was made out of cornmeal. It's made out of wheat. Okay. Do all have your taco there? Do y'all have figure taco? Well, yeah, probably so. And good morning, Miss Becky. Izzy, we used to have a Jewish deli here, and I unfortunately didn't know about it till year before it closed down. I'm gonna tell you what, and they had been there since I was just a little kid. Because when Dad worked at the car lot, Mom would go there and get him sandwiches and take him to him for lunch when he was at work. And I thought they had closed down. I did not know they were still open. And what it was, they had moved from the original location to another location. They've been open all this time. And I started getting the Reubens there. There ain't a freaking steak, ribs, you name it, on this planet compared to their Reuben sandwich. Oh, they were so freaking good. But I got a year's worth out of them. At least once a week. There was times we would go there 2 to 3 times a week. Man, they were good. They had some of the best sauerkraut I've ever ate in my life. Just perfect. Oh, that's cool, Judy. Well, I'm glad you're getting to do that. That's awesome. They were very good. Now, I like Arby's Reubens. I have to take some of the sauerkraut off because they always put too much sauerkraut and they end up taking some of it off. There's a fine line to how much kraut you can put on a sandwich, even a hot dog. You know, if you like kraut on your hot dog or sausage dog, there's a limit to it. Because you don't want it overpowering the flavor of your meat. You know, you got to taste your meat, right? Other than unless you just want to order a sauerkraut sandwich, you know, that's fine. But always rather eat it with some kind of meat. I honestly don't think we have any more restaurants in town that are bakeries or delis, anything that's Jewish anymore. Now, if you go to Little Rock, there is there. I know that. My last Greek restaurant here in town closed down. And it wasn't, it was a fast food Greek restaurant. Just, oh, so good at food. That she finally gave it up and closed her down. I know we still have Indian restaurant, we got tons of Mexican, tons. Got a few Chinese, a few. Well, there's a couple of seafood. They call them seafood, but I just call them fish restaurants. They opened up a new one. It's called Chickafish or something like that. I don't know if it's a chain restaurant or what it is. They just opened it up, and all they have is chicken strips and fish. I don't know what kind of fish it is. But I seen a picture somebody posted on one of the the food pages that I'm part of, and it didn't look too bad. The fish looked like had cornmeal on it, cooked in cornmeal breading. So you can't go wrong there. Now, if I'm in the mood for we'll just say batter dipped fish, I like Captain D's or Long John Silver's. Unfortunately, we don't have any close to me. Uh I don't know if I did. Did you send me the link to it? I've been watching the videos that you're sending me. Patty sent me a video earlier in the stream, and I watched it. She made it back in 2019. It looked like it was her and grandkids and son. They got into a Huey helicopter and they took a tour. I scanned through it real quick. That was pretty cool. Like I said earlier, I've flown in two Hueys and one bubble face helicopter. That's fun stuff. Oh, it's live country music. Yeah, you can send it to me. Before I do these podcasts, I always go on YouTube and go to my playlist in my library. And I sit here and listen to music. I've got to do that to get me in a upbeat mood to get the podcast set up and get it going. It's always listen to music. Makes me want to get up and party and dance. Oh, W. Bob Trucking. That dude, now he's doing dancing reels. Yeah, he's gonna get because the viewership's so low. He said that he's gonna have to start giving dance lessons. That guy is something else. I love watching their reels. They're so funny. Deborah's got that I don't give a crap, get that camera out of my face attitude. And Bob just keeps on making them reels. Yeah, funny stuff. Oh, let's see what is that? League. What have they got? Oh, they're asking for volunteers at the Animal Welfare League. Yeah, I wish I could. My problem is I'd get attached to them and end up adopting them myself. Then I'd have a whole house full of cats. Yeah, that's what would happen to me. I don't think I've ever seen a cat that I didn't like. Elvis Memphis listening session. What is that? What is this? Today at 2 o'clock. This is Central Time, apparently. Plans to go live. Oh. If you are a Elvis fan, Elvis Presley, at 2 o'clock Central Time today, you can go to the official Elvis page. They are going to have a Memphis listening session. So you can listen to it on it today at 2 o'clock. Oh, that's the name of the page. Memphis listening session is the page. If you've never been to Graceland, that's a trip. You know how we see houses today and all that. Well, you go to Graceland, it's like you go back in time to the 70s, and what you see in the home today, you would think was cheap, outdated house, right? Well, back in that day, that was best money could buy. U.S. farm raised catfish. Oh, John Wayne. Oh, let's see. Who was it? Wyatt Earp. Was it Wyatt Earp? Johnny Cash. John Wayne actually worked with Wyatt Earp, and that's how he learned how to be an actor in the Western field, was by Wyatt Earp. I did learn that. Okay, I'll bookmark it and all that, and that way I'll know. I'll go to the page and all that stuff, and like it and follow it so I can keep up with it. Because I love music. You can go to my homepage and you can tell that because I'm constantly sharing videos on it. Either they're glam rock, country and western, you name it, I'm posting it. Because I love music. I always have been a music person all my life. In fact, I bought me some dang good old speakers for my computer. Because when I listen to it, I want to make sure the neighbors listen with me. Sometimes the energy will give me a call. That's my electrical services energy. Hey, turn them speakers off. We're getting low on electricity. The grid can't handle it. Yeah, that's what kind of speakers they are. Well, my nephew, he gets his systems wound up, and all I'm hearing is thumping, about to thump me out of my chair. So I had to compete with him. And the good thing is, all I got to do I've got it set up. Used to, I had to reach behind the speaker, one speaker, and turn the switch. They put the on and off switch on the back. And unfortunately, they don't turn off when you turn your computer off. So I didn't hardly use them much, but I got an idea. Well, I use one of these surge protector strips on two of my lights in the house. One of them's in the bathroom over the toilet. I gotta have light to see what I'm doing, right? The other one is here in the living room above where our dining room used to have a dining room nook table, and I had it in the corner of the living room. Why? Because it looked good there, okay? But anyway, that's why I put the light there. And rather than having to run electrical wire, I just bought long extension cords, these surge protector cords with, I think they were 20 or 25 foot cords on them. And that I bought one with 4 foot, or I think it's 6 foot. That might be 4 foot, but anyway, it's plenty long enough to get to the electrical plug under the desk. And so I put it here on top and plugged the speakers into this surge protector. And when I want to turn it on, I've got the switch right there to turn it off and on. Oh, there you go. Always a solution to your problems. So all I gotta do is just reach over here, hit that switch. It's actually on now. I left them on after my music session. What do you call them? Jam sessions. But I'll tell you what. If you want to listen to just plain out country music, some good music, and it's taken me this long to actually realize how many good songs that Alan Jackson has had. Well, you need to go to YouTube and look it up. Alan Jackson's greatest hits. So he has several albums or CDs, whatever you want to call them, playlist. He has so many good songs that he has made over the years. Whether it's gospel or country and western, it doesn't matter. He has really good songs. And of course, gotta remember, you got Kentucky Headhunters. You got Confederate Railroad, Kentucky Confederate Railroad. I love Older I Get. That is so true song. Really good song. And this is one artist that people has really forgotten about is Keith Whitley. He died at a young age. He died before his time, but the short time that he was on this earth, he made some really good songs. And that's what I love about YouTube. You just type in who you're looking for, and even just type in 70s and 80s or 80s and 90s country music playlist, and wow, you'd be looking all night and half the next day. And Gene Watson, Gene Watson was in my parents' time. He's still performing today, but not nothing like he was. I didn't realize the music that he played. Gene Gene Watson. You go look up Gene Watson farewell party, and you'll probably cry. If you're a music lover like I am, that brings a tear to my eye every time I hear it. That is a beautiful song. And he's got another one that I like. It's when the man can't when a man can't get a woman out of his mind or something like that. That's a really good song too. And see, these are all good songs. They're not what you hear today. All this stuff that's made today is more like crap. It's like they want to be country hip hop, or I just don't know. I like hillbilly rock. That's some dang good music. There's a lot of good artists that I even never even knew about that I've learned on YouTube. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of "Yeah, When a Man Loves a Woman." When a man loves a woman, he can't get her out of his mind. Something like that, Ari. Yeah, that's a really good song, and he's got a few others. Merle Haggard. Oh, Merle's a man. I can sit here for days listening to Merle Haggard's music. I think that is it, Irene. I think you're right. But see, all of these really, really, really good music artists have been overshadowed because they don't play it on the radios no more. They don't push it out there like they used to. They're dealing with this new stuff, which I don't consider country music. Uh, Apparently, somebody does because they keep requesting or something on it. But that's why I don't listen to the radio in the car. If I have it on, it's going to be my Bluetooth hooked up to my station that I listen to. That way I can set up my radio stations on it. You don't have to listen to what they want you to listen to. You listen to what you want to listen to. And usually it's Sesame Street or what else is it? But yeah, and that's another thing. You can get on these, they have radio stations. I don't know what streaming services anyone uses. I use Spotify. But all of these stations, these streaming companies will let you set up your radio stations. And that way you can listen to the type of music, who you want to listen to. And be done with it. I listen to Truckers TV. You know, occasionally you get a song, but while live streaming on Dennis's stream, right? He'll bust out into some song. I was going to do this podcast a couple of days ago, and I just didn't feel like it. I stay in my recliner a lot of days nowadays. I'll get up, check these pages out first thing, and once I see everything's good on it, then I go back to my recliner, and that's about it. Yeah, I'm pooping in a bucket. I think this is what he should do. He should actually go to a studio somewhere. First of all, he needs to make a song, his own song, and go to a recording studio and have them set up a song, music that will go to his song and actually edit it, put it together, and produce it. And put that out there on Truckers TV and say, ha, try to claim this, mother juckers. How many people out there remember the great song that Mo Bandy and Joe Stampley made? Well, I don't know if they actually made it, but they sung it. Roll on, Big Mama. You remember that one? Yeah, it's a good old song. Old Mo and Joe, they made a lot of good songs. I have a big playlist of their music, whether it's them solo or them together. You've never heard of that song, Miss Irene? You need to go look it up on YouTube. The best thing to do is look up Mo, M-O, and Joe. It's Mo Bandy. I don't know if you've ever heard the song Bambi the Rodeo Clown. That was Mo Bandy that sung it. Well, I'm on Mo and Joe today. Yeah, they some good old boys. That's one of their albums, just the good old boys. And that's one you need to look up. Mo and Joe, just the good old boys. It's Mo Bandy and Joe Stampley, just the good old boys. They have a lot of good songs on this album. It's one to look up and put in your library to go back and listen to it different times. But yeah, they've got a lot of good songs. And that's back when country music was country music. Well, all right, thank you, Judy, for the like. I appreciate that. Everyone that's liked, and I don't know if you shared. I hope you have shared this stream today. But everyone that's liked it, reacted to it, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yes, I do. We have 33 total reactions. I appreciate them. It makes me feel loved and cared about when that people give me all of that stuff. If I see somebody and they don't leave a reaction to it, then it makes me feel sad. I didn't do my job. But all of this music I listen to, I just keep going back to country music. I love the hair bands. That's what I wanted to play, but I got swindled into country music, and that was my career for a while. And but I still love music. There for a while, I was really into the 50s and 60s rock or bebop or whatever you want to call it. That's really good music. I love listening to it, but I don't listen to it like I did before. Oh, they say, who is it they call the queen of soul? I can't remember her name. But I'm going to tell you what, I have to disagree. because I think Gladys Knight is. Gladys Knight. I just sat here this morning I listened to so many Gladys Knight songs. She was something else. Well, okay, Miss Irene, you be careful, be safe, and thank you for joining this morning. Get that baby girl something good, special. I'll talk to you again. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, Gladys Knight, I would consider the queen of soul because she is such a out, outrageous, outstanding, awesome performer. And the music changes to your mood. If you're in a sad mood, you can listen to her music and it cheers you up. If you want to listen to just some good romantic music, you can turn it on and listen to it. Why would I want to be romantic? Hey, it brings back memories, guys. Yeah, I might be single, but I still like listening to that because she has such a wide range of music. End of the Road is one of my favorites. It is such a good song. That's one I probably listen to every time I listen to music, at least one time. But yeah, a lot of good performers out there in the past. It's still around. You don't hear much about George Strait. He was big for at a time. And you're welcome, Miss Irene. You're more than welcome. I did. What was that one movie he made? George Strait. 8 seconds. Was that it? If you watch the movie, you remember part one of the parts of the movie where he's on stage and he sings the song "I Cross My Heart." Pure country. Thank you, Robert. I knew you'd correct me on it. I couldn't remember, but when he's singing "I Cross My Heart," and he was actually singing it to the lady that's in the audience, and she starts crying. I cried too. I was I had tears in my eyes. That was so beautiful. This stinking movie making me cry. Come on now. But that's one of the best songs he ever did. That was and to this date, I still love that song. Yeah, but don't tell anybody that I did have tears in my eyes over that song. Oh, hooray! I remember you telling Dennis that. I was on the stream watching him. Nobody knew I was there, but I seen you say that. And congratulations, Miss Great Grandma. Again. I think you got a baby factory going there. I think you're having grandbabies all the time. Either greats or grands or you like Pillsbury. You making them donuts, biscuits? Oh, thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. You know, Judy, you might need to sit down with them childrens of yours and explain things. How can this be prevented? 9 great grandchildren. That's awesome. I'll never live to see great grandkids. Never will. But I'm happy that I did get a grandbaby. I have two. One of them, is not by blood, but I do have one grandbaby. And that was one thing before I left this earth. I would love to be able to meet my grandbaby, and I did. And see, we don't think of things in a positive way. I keep saying how blessed I am. Well, there you have it. I'm blessed to know my grandbaby. I'm able to hold her, kiss her all over. She doesn't like that old kissing stuff, but I'll get her and just slobber all over her. Yeah, that's good stuff there. But yeah, see, I was blessed to be able to do that. And my 18 grandkids, wow, you are so awesome. My my oldest grandbaby, she started fourth grade Monday, and she's a big girl. She's tall as I am. In fourth grade, she's gonna be really tall. And long brown hair, just as straight as a pin. Just a very beautiful little girl, and smart as a whip. Yeah, and then my baby girl, she's in pre-K. She started pre-K Monday. I had to make sure she had plenty of money, some purty clothes. Yeah, she got a big old chunk of money. Her and Caitlin both. Get them some school clothes and school supplies. And her 4 years old, and she's 4 years old. She probably knows how to use a telephone more than I do. Go figure that one out. Grown already. Wow. Well, no wonder you got a baby factory. You got 18. No, that's why you're having babies every month. They some busy. They're like rabbits and guinea pigs. They just add it all the time. Speaking of another good performer was Ricky Shelton, Ricky Van Shelton. He did a song that is just, to me, it's another tearjerker. And I'll Leave This World Loving You. That is one of the greatest songs ever made and sung. That this is slow music, but like I said, I love all music. And that song was one of the best songs that he ever done. A Statue of Me was another song. Did she really? I know she's either got a telephone or a tablet in her hand all the time. My grandbaby does. Yes. And if she don't have it, by God, you better find it and get it in her hands. She's addicted. Oh, I do too, Judy. I love it. We were sitting here Saturday talking, and her and Caitlin was well, she was agitating Caitlin, and she was telling Mama to make Izzy quit doing that. I said, you know what? When I was a kid, your ages, if me and Uncle over there got into scuffling like that, my parents would say, get your ass out in the yard and play. Don't be roughhousing in the house. Get outside and do it. It's what my parents would have told me. I don't know how it is at y'all's schools, but I know kids can have phones on them, but they can't use them during school hours. So apparently, when kids have recess, are they on the internet? They just stand around and they're on their phones or little notepads, whatever, at recess. Is that how it works? Because I know our school issued kids laptops and notepads during the pandemic. I don't know if they got to keep them, how that worked, but yeah, all the students had these laptops or notepads. And the reason why they issued them to them was because they had to do the homeschooling and what was it called? They have a special name that they call for the internet school that they had to do. But after that was all over with and done, I didn't know if they had to turn in all their electronics or not. I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of crazy how it is today. There's no physical exercises and getting out and playing chase and freeze tag and swinging on swings and climbing monkey bars. And it's been so many years since I've been to a playground. I don't even know what they have in the playground anymore. Pavilions with padded seats. I have no clue. You know, I'm surprised there's still athletes out there that want to play extra activities like, you know, sporting and all of that kind of thing, sports, band, whatever. I'm really surprised because the way it is now, that's the world, electronics. A lot of families can't afford them, you know. And that's why I don't agree with having them at school, because the kids that can't afford them, they're having to stand there and watch these other kids having fun on their devices. That's just not fair. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Well, there's one on YouTube still. We got 9 viewers. Oh, it's dropped down. Everyone's gotten tired. Gotten tired. Let's see and said, let's go find something else to do. Oh, look at that. Colorado Grill. What in the world? Looks like. What in the world? Some kind of sandwich. Can't make it out. It's got a big old chunks of bacon on it, but I know there's something else in it. Smothered in cheese on Texas toast. I would come close to saying that's probably a patty melt. Oh, look at that taco salad. Mm-mm. Live at a grill. That's what I hate about Taco Bell. They did away with their taco salad. That ain't right. That was one of my to-go meals when I went to Taco Bell. Taco salad. I know I could get that at El Padrino's. Go through the drive-thru, say, "I want me one of them there taco salads." Hold the beans. They put rice and beans both in their taco salads. Nah, I don't want it like that. Actually, don't tell Tanya this, but I will eat the refried beans in the taco salad, but I won't eat the rice. But that's our little secret. Don't tell Tanya that. You remember I gave her such a hard time about her refried beans. I hadn't talked to her in forever. And I hope she's doing good. If she still watches these videos, Tanya, I love you, miss you. I wish you would come on, just say hi again. Yep, I really miss her. I know I can reach out to her and try to communicate with her, but I don't want to. I respect each other's privacy, and if I don't hear from you, then there's a reason, and so I leave it at that. Yeah, but yeah, I used to give her a hard time about her refried beans. She eats that on everything. It's like that Frank's hot sauce. I eat that on everything. But when she told me that she eats refried beans with her eggs, that just grosses me out. They don't go together. Well, they probably do, but in my recipes and my dietary whatever through my life, it's never come across any of my recipes. Fry your eggs in bacon grease. Open a can of these there refried beans and put your eggs on top of them beans. No, it never crossed any of my recipes. I know it, Judy. I do too. Yeah. Last time I chatted with her, she said that she was busy, and I'll just leave it at that. And so that's been probably 8 months ago. No, it ain't been that long. It's probably about 5, 6 months ago. So that's the last that I talked to her. I didn't physically talk. I chatted with her. You know, there's a reason why people do the things they do. You remember Brenda Hepler and I, we uh, we had a little thing, and I miss her. She came on not long ago on one of my podcasts, and I physically talked to her on the phone, and it's good to just really talk to people. Linda has stepped in, and she's helped me out a lot. Just be able to communicate, talk to people. It's You don't have that. I don't have that in my life. And you can call it what you want. You can call it being lonely, being lazy, just you name it, you can call it. I have my reasons why I don't. Yeah, I can get out, probably find a woman here and actually start dating. But at our age, some people like that, some people don't. And unfortunately, I don't the physical dating, I don't care to do that because we're all set in our ways, you know. I'll never get married again. I'll probably never date again because I don't want to introduce my environment into another woman's environment or their environment be introduced to mine. I like my life, but just being able to get on the phone and talk to a woman, hear the voice, and just be able to talk to people. That's the one thing I miss more than anything. And just by like me doing this right here, chatting with everybody here, that's as close as I get to actually talking to ladies. And Linda messaged me a few days ago and asked if I was able to talk, and so I called her, and she says, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "Well, why?" She says, "Are you mad at me?" I said, "No." She says, "Well, then what's wrong with you?" And then I explained what the deal was, and she understood. And like right now, if I come across a comment, someone makes a comment, and I seem a little short when I do it, it's because I'm dealing with my diabetes right now. And so if you understand that, there for the couple of weeks, I was fighting it because it was getting down low. I'm talking freaking low. And then that's when the doctor or the practitioner took me off my diabetes medicine because I can't do both. I just can't do it. It's physically impossible. So rather than giving up the Ozempic, we chose the diabetes medicine. That's why my poor fingers are like Swiss cheese because I've had to poke them so much, keeping up with my glucose. And so, and I'm sorry and I apologize to anybody that if they feel that I've been short or not been friendly, please understand. And hopefully that part will get better. And, I'm not Dennis's family, blood family, or I don't physically see him or talk to him all the time. But I worry about him. I worry about him. He doesn't realize it. And he is my family. Dennis has become my family. And whether he believes it or not, he's my little shithead brother. and, and I worry about him. He's going through so much crap. And I hate to see him go through it. Everybody is trying to bring the man down. He is trying to earn a living, trying to make a business run, honest business, and people are just trying to destroy him and tear him down. And I hate that. Karma is a bitch, and the people that are doing it, karma is going to get them. And if they were adults and would act like adults, that stuff would stop. Mind your own business, just go on, forget about what's happened in the past and let it go. Just freaking let it go. Let our platforms that we have created draw back the audiences that were here before, all the bickering in the background, all the this and that, and they did this or that needs to stop. Because believe it or not, what happens to Dennis happens to me mentally. I've said it before. This is worse than work. I have rattled my head out hour after hour trying to figure this stuff out. And, well, if there's anybody else, they'd be getting paid for it to do it. And I don't get paid. I never asked for a penny, and I don't expect a penny. I've done it just to help a man out and try to make his pages better. And apparently, I am not succeeding because it's like one thing, it's another. And I get to the point just throwing my hands up and saying, I'm done. I'm sorry, Dennis, but I'm done. And I've done all I can. Maybe get somebody else. Maybe they can help more than I have, and see how it goes. I don't know what it's going to take. You know, it is kind of sad. Dennis gets a lot of viewers on his streams, but yet he gets very few shares. And I understand people. I know some people don't want to know what they don't want other people knowing what they're watching, what they're part of, and stuff. And I understand that. And I'm not saying to share every stream that you come across, but every once in a while, just accidentally, oops, I'm sorry, I pushed that share button. Just see what results we get out of that. You know, we've said it 100 times. Reactions, comments are as good as stars. When you react to our videos, whether it's a thumbs up, a wow, a love, all that, reaction, whatever, that helps the page. So you don't think you're helping the page. Well, you are when you react to them. Your comments, the more comments we get on these streams, hey, that's a good thing. Viewership. All of these things are things that matter on these pages. That's how these other pages that's getting thousands and thousands of viewers, that's how they're making it. It's because they're actually just viewing the videos. They're actually following the pages. They're actually liking the pages. And that's how that works. And like I say, it's sad that people just can't let things go. Maybe one day it will. Maybe it won't. We just don't know. I know Facebook requires you to have so many followers on your page. They require so many views per video. And if you do not get enough views, well, the video kind of gets marked. There's a lot involved when it comes to social media, broadcasting. And a lot of people don't understand how it works. And Dennis being a business, and all of his pages are marked as business, and they're held to a higher level of content. And that is why we had to stop doing all this crazy things that we used to do, is because, yes, we are a business. Yes, this is what you are required to and not to do. And it went way above what was allowed on Facebook. And that's what people didn't like. And if you notice, now you just sit back and listen to me. If you notice these videos, not that you watch on Facebook and even on YouTube, they're getting bad about it too. Yeah, they're making content, but you look down there, do you see a star? No. Well, you know why? They may have thousands of viewers and followers, but you know what? The content they're creating are not going the way Meta and the community standards say you have to do your content. So yeah, they're getting a lot of views, but they ain't getting stars or monetization because they're not following community standards. So that's the deal. You follow the community standards. Well, there you go. There you have it. You earn your right to be monetized. You earn the right to collect stars. Facebook demands clean content. And as long as you keep producing content that goes toward the way community standards want you to do it, well, then they award you with all of this stuff. But the problem is building these pages back up, and it's gonna take more than us. It's going to take more than Facebook. It's going to take the viewers that watch these videos. And that's simply pushing the share button. You know, if you set it for public, when you share something, people that you don't even know, people you don't even know that is going to see it is actually going to see it in the if they're interested in trucking or whatever, they're going to click on the video and see what it's all about. And that's what it takes, because Facebook sure not going to help us out. Yeah, Keith Whitley's an awesome. He's such a great guy. I have listened to that song that he made so many times. I Never Go Around Mirrors. Oh, that's such a good song. Oh, that one song, him and Lori Morgan done together. That's another good song. I can't even remember the true name of it. Let's see. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Till a tear becomes a rose. That's a good song. Yeah, all of these artists. You know, Lori Morgan's still touring too. I follow her. Yeah, she's still singing that music, and she's still doing good. Terry Clark. Oh, Terry's my sweetheart. She don't know it yet, but she is. Yeah, she's my sweetheart. Little Canadian gal. Hey. Oh, my coffee cup's empty. Who emptied my coffee cup? Jordan, did you drink my coffee? Did you drink my coffee? I bet you did. Well, you looking like don't touch me. Then now you want me to touch you? He'll jump up here on the table next to me and he'll look at me, and if I don't acknowledge him, he'll take and pat my arm. He'll like reach over and pet him. And he'll just sit there and keep tapping me. Was that a workout? You're going to fall. You keep going to the edge. One of the boys on there. Pizza box. That would be awesome, Judy. I've talked about it before. I used to not be really a cat person. I liked cats, but I didn't want to have any of my own until I started adopting them. And Jordan is the oldest that I've ever adopted. I've always adopted kittens, but Jordan's the first older. He was 5 when I adopted him. And I'm going to tell you what, he's been the best cat, honestly, that I've owned. He's so faithful to me. He's the one that comes up and snuggles me, and he'll lay back on his back next to me. You know, he'll be laid on my arm, between the arm and the recliner and my body, and he'll just lay back on his back, and I'll just sit there and rub and scratch his belly and chest. And then finally he'll get enough of it. He'll grunt and he'll get up and lay between my legs. But yeah, he's been a good boy. That was old Ben in the pizza box. Yeah, that would be awesome. You know, and when you one thing about cats, if you go to a humane society or animal shelter, like I've done a couple of times, and got cats, and like the one that we have here that was next to the treatment plant, they have a special room that they keep the cats in. Okay, and what they do is they put the cats in there to get them used to humans. And if you have ever been to one, you'll have a certain cat that'll come up to you and start trying to love on you. By God, you better adopt that cat, because that's the one that adopted you. And they're going to be the most faithful cats that you'll ever have. If you don't have a cat that does it, well, don't adopt any. Just wait till later and go back and adopt one. Because if you want a good lap cat, a good just loving cat, let them pick you. Don't you pick them. And believe it or not, it's a true thing. And that's the way we did Jordan. He was, like I say, at the Humane Society here, there's very few older cats. Most of them do get adopted out, or they get, I don't know what happens to them. They don't put them down. It's a no-kill center. I don't know if they actually take them to other facilities and adopt them out. I don't know how it works, but anyway, Jordan was the oldest cat that was there, and he actually came to me. And I'm going to tell you what, it worked. The first cats that we adopted, see, Oliver and Stanley, they picked us out too, and they weren't brothers, but they was close to the same age, from different mothers. And so they both picked us out, and they were freaking awesome. Stanley, he was the one that always put me to bed. He'd lay there next to me and right there against my chest, and he wouldn't move till I went to sleep. Once he seen my eyes were closed, he would ease up and sneak off the bed. Well, Judy, that's awesome. And you never know. Cats are funny. They like you or they don't like you. It's just plain, just flat out. That's the way it works. Cats are set in their ways. They're like a grown kid. I don't know how to explain it. And, but yeah, and the bad thing is, unless you can give them all your attention, adopting one, I've said it before, you're always better to adopt two together because cats, they get lonely. And humans normally can't give all the attention that they require. So they get bored. They start doing things, and it's usually to their self. It's like licking all their hair off, making sores on them, just different things that a cat will do. If they're in a house, they become house cats. They don't get to go out or anything. Well, that's just, they get bored. And they can't help it. That's just instinct, cat instinct. Their instinct to hunt and fight with other cats, play with other cats, whatever. And so when they get locked up in a house, they don't like it. I'm gonna tell you what, when that hot summer and that cold winter comes along, yeah, they'd rather have it. But unless they don't, well, then maybe they just want to be left alone. And a lot of times they'll go hide in a closet or hide under the bed just to get away. But all I know is I've been really lucky because I've had, what is it, 2, 4, 6, 8, 6, 7 cats that have been just really, really good kitties. Couldn't ask for better. 5 of them come from animal shelter. 2 of them came, one from outside, and the other was the boy's ex-girlfriend while he was in school. The boy's girlfriend at the time. Hey, okay, Judy. Let me ask you this: do you have a place that our Humane Society, they got a chair set up, and if they bring cats into this specific room, just sit down in a chair. Call one of the cats, whichever ones come up to you and jump in your lap. There you go. That's the way to get it. Because feral cats are scared. They just run. And normally whether it's a shelter or Humane Society, that wherever the kitties are, a feral cat, they won't let you be around feral cats. And that's what the volunteers and staff do, try to convert a feral cat. And then again, some people like to buy feral cats if they have farms or they have barns, things like that. Well, they'll actually adopt them out to people with farms. That way the cat can live in the barns and in the sheds and stuff and take care of the mice and rodents. I know we had 2 farms that when the animal control would pick up cats, they would actually just take them to the farms and adopt them out just instantly to these farms. Oh, I did every time I went down there. I did light duty work down there for about 4 months, I guess. 3 months, something like that. That's me. I was helping take care of the cats, and I just wanted to load them all up and bring them home with me. There was 3 siblings, and they were Siamese cats, and all they wanted to play. But man, you open that cage door and stick your hand in there, they can ball up on your hand. As long as you kept your hand out the cage and played with them, it's all fine and dandy. But you stick your hand in there. Then they had a big old gray cat like my cat, Fortune. He was huge. And the original person that owned him said that the cat would sit on the refrigerator, and every time someone would walk by the refrigerator, the cat would jump on their hand and maul their head. So they had to get rid of him, and so they did. Well, we worked with the cat, and he wanted attention. He wanted to be petted. He'd get on his back and beg you to touch him, and he is luring you is what he is doing. Yeah, that cat was just unfreaking real. He was just as beautiful as can be, and acted like he wanted all kinds of loving and attention. But once you stuck your hand in that cage, war was on. I never did know whatever happened to him. And I become friends with the head control officer. Clara was her name. She's a young lady, and in fact, I don't know ever happened. She ended up quitting there and got a job at the correction facility in Hot Springs, and I'd forgotten all about her. We need to try to find her and see how she's doing. She's always saying, "You need cat litter, you need cat food. Go in the storeroom, get you some wet cat food. My cats don't eat wet food. Well, get you a bag of that food." I said, "There's people out there that needs it more than I do, so no, I ain't gonna take it." My babies have always been taken care of. I may have had to miss a few hamburger meals, but the cats were always fed. Hey there, Bob. What's happening? That's right. Drew got them grand fur babies. Cats. The word of the day, cats. What was it? Linda was saying earlier she went out to check her mail and said smelled like someone was grilling. And I asked her, "You know what I smell right now?" I said, "Yeah, one of the cats took a dump. I smell that." Samantha Fish, awesome. Tell you what, you guys get some good concerts up there. That's unbelievable. Of course, Green Bay, what do you expect, right? Are you camping or is it too hot for you? I keep forgetting to ask you that. There for a while, you was actually every weekend or every other weekend, you was out camping. That's what I kind of thought. Well, if you was like my parents, they camped year round. Of course, they had that big motor home. So they just go up to the lake and sit in the motor home and under the air conditioning. look out the windows and watch everybody else out in that heat. We've spent Thanksgiving and up at the lake a couple of years camping. Oh, husky. No, no, no. Not no husky. My boy, he finally gave his St. Bernards away. He gave his St. Bernards away and ended up, he's got almost 60 chickens, 60 ducks. He had guineas, but they run off. I asked him when he was going to get some turkeys. Yeah, no spooning. He got that right. He, he is so funny, my son is. Since he's gotten these chickens, you know how kids, our adults are proud of their children and grandkids are always wanting to show you pictures of them. Well, guess what? Every time Cody comes over, that's what he does. He shows us pictures of his chickens. And I say, son, them some ugly chickens. They're ugly. Looks like somebody shaved their necks and their legs. They're called silkies, I think. They's ugly when they're little. I ain't kidding you. Ain't nothing pretty about them. He was sitting there showing me them, and I grabbed my head, said, "Look, they have a head like my microphone does. It looks just like them." Because their heads has got feathers all over them, like normal. But the rest of the body ain't got no feathers. Yes, sir, they do. But he got a big chicken house, a coop, not a house, but a coop, and keeps them pinned up, He asked me, do I want some fresh eggs? And I said, son, I don't need eggs no more. If you'd asked me this 2 years ago, yeah, I'd take every one of them you got. Then I got to thinking, these are little chickens. They must be little eggs. They couldn't be making eggs the size of regular chickens, right? I asked him, do you still have the air conditioner in your used to be dog box? He took it out. He's using it in his house, I think, or he was. He finally got his heat and air fixed. But until he got that fixed, he had to use the air conditioner out of there to cool his house down. But he had to run that air conditioner in the summertime for his St. Bernards. They had a door on it, and it was made to where the dogs can get in and out, but it would like swinging door or whatever. And on these hot days, they would turn that air conditioner on and let the dogs have some cold air. I said, now, if that's not spoiling your dogs, I don't know what is. Have an air conditioner for them. Jeez. But I understand them dogs are not built for this heat. Had a co-worker. he tried to adopt a husky from the animal shelter. Somebody, what do they call that? Where they voluntarily gave it to the shelter. Yeah, these dogs were like that too. They were huge, big old dogs. Said, son, how can you even afford to feed for them? Tractor Supply. I think what was Atwoods. He got the dog food at Atwoods. Yeah, that's funny stuff. Oh, that's right. County Fair's coming up in October. I just heard an old car start up. Neighbors, I guess, going to fix up a demolition derby car. I used to like going to demolition derbies. They were fun to watch. I hadn't been to one of them in many years. Last time I went to the fair was I don't know remember what year it was, but we went to see the rodeo. She had never been to a rodeo. So I said, okay, well, this year when they do it in town, we're gonna go one night so you can say you went to a rodeo. All right, Bob, thanks for dropping in. Appreciate it. You be safe and have a great day yourself, okay? Yeah, we went to that rodeo. And that's the first one I'd been to rodeo wise since I was a kid. But I'd went to every year they had the demolition derby. I always went to them. And I liked them. I always had friends and family that were running in them, so I got to watch them. And most of the time, most of them would get knocked out and be first ones get knocked out. Then I got in that dirt track racing. I had a couple of cousins that raced in it. Now that's really fun to watch. What was that one old boy's? He got banned from two tracks. Mark, what was his last name? I don't remember. He'll come to me in a minute, but he got mad. He was a very aggressive driver, and he did what he could to get in the lead, which made all the drivers mad at him. Well, the last time he raced Mount Ida, he got nudged out of the way and got in second place. This old boy just put him to shame, and he got mad. And after the race had finished, they were doing their cool down lap, and he come up there and just flat run into the boy, and it wasn't good. And so after that incident, he got banned from that track. Well, at another track up in Murfreesboro, he was the same way there, and he got close to the same situation. and it ended up more of a fight than anything, and the track banned him from there. So after that, Mark Yates, I knew it'd come to me. So I don't know if he continued racing because it wasn't long after Mount Ida shut down. We went to Glenwood. They had Thunder Mountain and watched it. We went there more than Murfreesboro because Glenwood is a real easy drive. It only takes less than an hour to get there from here, and them tracks they tried to they I-30 Speedway and Thunder Mountain. They were the only two tracks that really rushed the races because they didn't want to be there till 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock the next morning trying to get all the heats and main events out of the way. So they rushed the races. And so when Mount Ida was running, you'd be sitting there at 3 o'clock in the morning watching car races still. And they would start at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It and Murfreesboro, both of them were that way. But I think they have a new racetrack. Well, Centerville has a dirt track. That's up north of me. You go to Bush Junction and then hang a left or go straight either way. I always go left because you bypass the mountain. You go left, you go to Plainview, and then you go to Glenwood. And that's why I always went to Glenwood because it just really flat ground going. Once you get across the Fush Mountains and stuff, then you hit pretty well straight, flat grounds. And so it wasn't a bad. It was just getting over the mountain. And once you go through Glenwood, at the first flashing light. It was the first flash. I don't know. It's been many years since been there. You'd go the first flashing light, hang a left, and that'd take you to Centerville. I used to go to Centerville. They had a drag strip, and that's where I used to go to watch the drag race. And I'd been to Prescott a few times, but Prescott's so far away that I could go up to Centerville. It's a lot closer, but Prescott was still a quarter-mile track, and Centerville was only an eighth of a mile. But I did get to see a lot of good races. And then they ended up building a dirt track, but I never went to it. And I can still get to, I don't even know, Glenwood may be shut down too. Who knows? I know I-30's closed down, Mount Ida. I don't know what tracks are still open. But anyway, that's fun. I enjoyed that. That alcohol burning, oh, that smells so good. Got to see some good races, some good arguments, some good throwing helmets at the cars, all kinds of entertainment. Went to Dallas one year. Cousin Bubba, he got entered into a race up over there. It was somewhere close to the Texas Motor Speedway, and they had the late models and modifieds that weekend, and so we loaded up the motor home and headed to Dallas. Stayed the weekend there and watched the races. He did get in the final heat, something happened. I don't remember what it was. Something happened to his car, and he didn't finish the finals. But yeah, it always makes it funner when you know people that's racing. You know, you root for them. Things go wrong, you cuss and fuss at the people that make it go wrong. And you always got to pick that particular area in the bleachers. You got to keep with your group. I've got a big family from Mountain Pine, and that's where they're from. And they always, a big crowd followed Bubba. And so that's where you got to look for is that little group of people that's up there in the bleachers. And that's where you sit. Don't sit in no other group because they may be pulling for the driver that's against your driver. Unless you want to argue and fight, well, stick with the group. You always can tell because his mom and dad and sister and cousins, all of them always had a T-shirt with his car on it and his number. His number was 1010 and his car color was purple and gold. So everyone on his group, they had their purple and gold shirts. I didn't. I just had whatever on. I didn't care. I had a thong on and a halter top, hot pants. But it was good old days. Fun, fun, fun. I can see my microphone is really loud. Hello. Honestly, don't. Let me see. I have to. Okay, let's go here. Microphone. Microphone. Well, heck, no wonder it's all the way up. Huh. Isn't that something? That's amazing. How's that? Is that better? Thumbs up if that's better. I don't know how you guys could stand my microphone being all the way up. Let's turn that down a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now we're good. It's got to be better than what it was. Well, hello, Mr. Roy. What are you doing? You working? You done told on yourself. You done got all the hay baled. Oh, that's right. You was cutting firewood, wasn't you? So let me ask you: do you still cut firewood for the? You was cutting it for at the golf course listening to you. You were saying you were cutting wood for a camp or something. Or do you still do that? Well, I can say I'm at the golf club. I didn't hear the ring of my go-go juice. You still do that? Okay, that's cool. Oh, I remembered what I was going to do. I was going to look up. You're going to have to move your head, buddy. You got to pull the table out. What is that? In this something, can't even remember the name of the. Oh, yeah. Oh, pit. BBQ. Oh, BBQ. BBQ. Say, yeah. Let's see here. Who owns J. Cody Barbecue? Well, I don't know. Never heard of it. All right, let's get there this way. All right. Let's see, when's the last post? Oh, crap. That was posted in 2021. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, no barbecue for me today. It says June 29th was their last day. They closed down. I knew they wasn't going to last. They priced themselves out of business because, like I said, it wasn't good enough to be charging that amount of money. And I know what it costs to have barbecue, cook it. The problem was the rent on the building that they were renting. That's what the problem was. Now, if he was to get him a food truck and did his barbecue out of the food truck, that would be different because he wouldn't have the big overhead of paying rent. And there's a lot of food trucks and food trailers here in Hot Springs that are actually for sale. There's one that's just opening up. I think they open up this weekend next to a flea market just up the road. I drive there in the back road, come right to the front of the business. But they had a food trailer there for a while, and I did stop there a couple of times. They had daily specials, and it wasn't just barbecue. It was like meatloaf or chicken and dumplings, just different dishes. It wasn't just barbecue. And every day it was that of the week, it'd be that same meal. So they had meatloaf, and I found out about it. And so I had to, what did I had to do something. I may have had a doctor's appointment up there or something. And so I was going to stop there and get me a meatloaf dinner. And by the time I got there, they had sold out. And so I didn't get nothing. Wasted trip. So I think I will run back up to McDonald's or something and got me a world famous steak and cheese sandwich, It is because as long as you get that trailer or truck certified, then all of that's gone. You don't have to worry about that overhead. Yeah, you may have to pay electricity hookup, but most places, like there's a food trailer at the East Gate, and he should be open now. And I don't particularly care for most of their meat, but I will get their ribs. They're okay. And so, but you can get a hamburger, you can get chicken strips, or you can get the barbecue and barbecue sandwiches there. Well, they have a restaurant slash meat market slash store up on the hill from me. And I've been in there a few times, and it's not way, they were cheaper than this little place down here at Fountain Lake. and it was worth the trip up there just to get barbecue. I went up there a lot more than I did down here. The only thing the one down here had going for it was the jalapeno, the cow poppers, the stuffed jalapenos. I love them things. They wasn't so expensive. I would have just got to order them, Fill me a bag full of them there cow poppers. And there you go. But they were $3 for one. That is a little bit high. Can you imagine a bag full of them, what it cost you? I heard your little Bubba in there. He's whining. He must be having a bad dream. Yeah, some of them do. We have a couple of food courts in town, food truck courts. Was it 421 food court? And they actually have electric hookups for all of them. They usually park them there and leave them there through the season. There's a few of them that stay open year round. I've never been there and thought I'd try it one time, but the one that I wanted to try actually moved out because they were raving on how good his hamburgers was. And I always wanted to go there and get one, but I missed out. And I don't know if he just moved out on the west side of town, where he's at. I don't remember the name of it. That's my problem. Actually, there's 3 of them. I forgot about the one on the lake. They have a couple out there, but that's way out there on the west side. I'd have to have a camper pulling behind my Camry so I could just pull off the road and go to sleep before I got home. I know the one that at Riverside, he has 3 trailers. And that's what he uses, generators. He does he stays busy with his catering. He owns that store, one of the best deli foods you can ever find. And then he has 3 catering trailers that he operates, and they're always out. I myself don't like his chicken strips or his fish. The chicken strips are frozen. They're not freshly made. And the catfish, I don't care for his breading that he has on it. That's why I say every place is different. If you find one, you better stick with it. And Mr. Whiskers out on the east side of Hot Springs. I don't know. Yeah, the east side. Now that's some good eating. That's nearly to Malvern, though. That's a long way out there. Although I've made the trip before many times, it's worth the trip, I guarantee you. I could buy that stuff, bring it home, and stick it in this oven, crisp it all up, and it's just as fresh as it just come out of the cooker. Love me some good catfish. Made a mistake one time. Never had a hamburger from there, so I wasn't in a fish mood. So I just wanted a hamburger. So I ordered a double hamburger. Oh boy, was that a mistake! I wrapped up a burger and brought it home. Them things were huge. Was no way I was going to eat both of them on one meal. So I brought it home and I had me something for lunch the next day. They were good. So I ordered a few hamburgers after that. You can eat too much fish. You know how that is. And I do that. Like right now, I wouldn't want fish. Where was it? Oh, up here, Brookshires. I ate too much fish, and I don't particularly care for any now. Who in the world is that? Oh, let me catch this. Did you miss me? I see everyone left. Well, I hope there's still a few here. I'm fixing to have to get off here myself. I'm sorry for that. I had to take that. That was my car insurance. This this is the first year that they've done this since I've had it with Progressive. They actually called me to renew my policy, and it goes up quite a bit in a year. And I explained to her that I was on disability and I hardly ever drive these. And the Blazer I never drive; it just stays parked in the shed. And it's the Blazer's only $86 a year, which is no problem. But the Camry, my premium went up to $152 a month, and I just couldn't afford it. So I had to drop the full coverage off the Camry down to whatever the state requires. It's a low mileage car, but the value of it wouldn't be that much. And so rather than be paying all this money for it, then I had to drop the full coverage and went straight to liability. It still has the towing and roadside service coverage, which is fine. But I got the payments down to 50, right at $50 a month, and that's on both vehicles. I told her, I said, used to you could get coverage like on a boat or motorhome, things like that, that you'd only use for part of the year, and rest time it'd be stored or parked in a garage. And I was wondering if you could get coverage on a car like that. She said she didn't know how the coverage was in Arkansas. She was calling from Texas. And so I have to check into that. Because she says usually the states, if you register it, you can do that on a car. If it's never drove, it's just there for it's being stored and you only drive it for occasions, and it would be covered for that reason. But we'll see. See how it is. We've got 3 viewers left, and I don't know who them are. Speak up now. Who is watching me still? I'm surprised anybody is, because I've been off dealing with insurance, the ones I always cuss and fuss at. What do you do? Your brother behind the entertainment center. Dadgummit. Boy, get out of there. $70 for fall sports passes are on sale now. Football games, all home games, are $70. Volleyball games are $40. Well, I finally quit saying I was going to go watch a home game. I'd say it every year, and I never done it, so I quit just saying it. So no sports for me. It is ridiculous. Yeah, I was paying full coverage, which I'm thankful that I did, but knock on wood, I hadn't had accidents or tickets in a whole lot of years. And the value of the car, it is a really nice car, low mileage and stuff, but they don't care about that when it comes to paying to get cars fixed. And chances are it'd probably get totaled out. And I think I've paid for enough cars already by the premiums. So we dropped it down to liability, and whatever the state requires, that's what I got. And I set it up on auto pay. So everything I've got is auto pay. I needed to get that done. I've been wanting to do it and I kept putting it off and off. And so finally I did, and it's all good. And it won't go into effect until the 20th of this month, which is nearly, well, it is. It's 6 days away. Right. It is. When they do that, I think you can find a lower rate. And the chances are I might be able to find a lower rate, but who knows? I may not. I'm with Progressive, and they've always treated me good. I only had to use them one time. That was back in, I believe it's 2008, and that was on the motorcycle I had. I hit a deer and did $4,000 damage on the motorcycle, and they took care of it. I didn't have to do nothing. They took care of everything. I just took it and dropped it off at the shop that repaired it, and from that point on, it was taken care of by the shop and the adjuster. I didn't have to deal with it till I went and picked it up. I'm gonna have to end this stream. Here's another call. Dang, I'm a busy man. Anyway, I see there's still 2 people in here. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end this podcast. Anybody that comes back and watches the end of it, thank you for joining in and spending the morning with me. I appreciate it. And whoever's left in here, y'all have a great day. And thank you for watching the Truckers TV, Truckers Television, all the pages podcast. Y'all have a great one.